shit. What you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
What up, my people? How y'all feeling out there? If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. Let's go.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Thank you to everybody who has hit the like button already. I appreciate you. It is Thursday night. It's almost Friday. Thank God it's almost Friday. TGIAF. That is. We got an interesting topic tonight. Should you always honor thy mother and thy father? And who's real? Who's fake? Let's talk about it tonight.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. It's no captivity. Get into it.
Let's go. Thank you for hitting the like button. I appreciate you. Join in. This your boy Freezy. Back at it again. Shout out to the early No Cap crew in the building. Shout out to all the mods, all the top 10 mods in the building. Shout out to everybody who joined the Discord. All the Discord thugs in the building. Let's go.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. You feel me? Share this video. Share this video to your social media platforms. The share button is right below the video as well. Thank you, I appreciate you.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to everybody who shared the video. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who has hit the like button so far. I appreciate it.
Spacey got the sauce on.
The share button is right below the video. Easy process, easy. Freezy is easy.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me When you're my cousin and I'll be your friend, I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're out with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard. That is if you're out with your, no, and like and comment. That is if you, wait, comment and share this video. That is if you're out with your boy Freezy.
No captivity.
It be like that sometimes, man. It be like that sometimes. Man, let me put my logo up here. Let me put that no cap up there, dog. They get it. It's Thursday night and the mood is right. Oh, what a night. Should you always honor your mother and your father? Who's real? Who fake? We're going to have a discussion tonight about that. We're going to talk about it in detail. You feel me?
No captivity.
I got some videos. Of course, it's gram spam time. I like gram spam because I get to infuse the gram and serious topics in at the same time. All right. I got some videos centered around Lil Yachty with his flaw ass. Also, we're going to talk about Simone Biles. It's serious. We're going to talk about some other people too, but since they on the thumbnail, you know, I'm going to show their picture. Y'all know how it go by now, right? But I'm proud of y'all, man. We've passed a year of live streaming. We've passed a year of live streaming, and I think we've done pretty well. We got through it, y'all. We got through it.
We're here for the third.
And this just the beginning. You guys should be proud of yourselves. Shout out to the whole No Cap crew. Shout out to everybody that's in the Discord, that's joined the Discord. The Discord be jumping. We have excellent conversations, excellent discussion. Tonight, we're gonna have a real good time tonight. We're gonna speak on an issue that I've always wondered about. Now, I grew up a Baptist. I grew up in the church, as most of y'all did, right? And a lot of times, if I disagree with my father's actions or even my mother's actions, my mother would always bust that famous scripture on me. Boy, you need to honor thy mother and thy father, or you gonna cut your days short.
No captivity.
She always told me that. And you know, I believe in God, so I don't want to get struck down by lightning. You know, that's what they say. You know, if you disobey, if you don't do exactly what your parents say, you're gonna get struck down by lightning. I don't want to get struck down by lightning. But as you get older, you think about your actions as an adult, and everybody does it. When you get older, you kind of question your mom and dad and the things that they used to do, or the things that you didn't used to agree with sometimes, right? You tell yourself, should I have actually spoke up for myself more when I was younger? Here's the thing: when you're young, when you're a young adult, when you're a kid, a lot of people say kids got it easy, but in some ways, kids have it hard because there in most households, especially in the hood, when your mama and daddy paying the bills, they don't allow you to speak your mind to the fullest. No, it's only to a certain degree. If you going against your mama and your dad, even if they dead ass wrong, so what? They telling you, let me be dead ass wrong. I'm the one that pay the bills in this house. So when it comes to a child expressing themselves, that's the difficult part, because a lot of times people grow up with this, they grow up and they carry those same egos with them, that same pride with them. So when they have kids, it bleeds into, you know, them, how they rear their kids, how they raise their kids, and how they communicate with their kids. You can't tell me nothing, because you're a child. Do as I say and not as I do. Y'all done heard it all.
No Cap-tivity.
Y'all done heard it all. But even in more extreme cases, there are some people that weren't even raised by some of their biological parents. But when you got older, some way, somehow, that biological parent that was missing, they showed back up in your life. Especially when they see that you done came about a little success. Yeah, they want a little piece of that. Don't they? They want a little piece of that. We see it all the time, and that's a hard situation. Because you want to love your mama and your daddy, especially the ones that actually conceived you. Right now, we know we got parents, biological parents, but we got parents that probably weren't there, and we got parents that actually took on the role as our parents and actually put good things in our life. Right? There's people that might not be your biological parent, but they raised you, and that's who you pay homage to. But we got situations, we've heard of the situations where that child grew up and became successful, or became just a law-abiding citizen, or just graduated from high school. These are successes in somewhere, you know, in some places that I know, in some families that I know. The first person that graduated from high school, first person that graduated from college. I'm talking about something like that. It ain't got to be some well, that might be monumental, but I'm just saying it ain't got to be like where you're praised by the masses and everybody got you on center stage, and now your biological parents see you on TV and they want a piece of the pie. No, it ain't got to be to that magnitude all the time. It don't. They could just be happy that their biological child made it out and made it further than they did. Or their lineage, their mother, their father, their grandmother, their grandfather. And now they just want to take a little, they want to take some credit for how you turned out. All right? It's a hard conversation, but we're going to have it tonight. I'm going to try to mine it out the best way I can. Hopefully some of y'all can identify with this. But more importantly, some of y'all probably have experienced and gone through what I'm talking about, right?
No Cap.
Some of y'all. Not all of y'all, but some of y'all probably have experienced what I'm talking about. In those cases, should you still honor your mother and your father? When you know they ain't done right by you. We're going to humanize mothers and fathers tonight. We're going to humanize mothers and fathers tonight.
No Cap-tivity.
But before we do that, to support this platform and to support stories of this magnitude, more importantly, if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app, to $Freezy 1976. That's $Freezy 1976.
No Cap.
And I thank you in advance. Yes, I do. Yeah. Yes, I do. Y'all know what time it is, right? it's about time for the roll call. See who up in this thing. Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost, a warrior spirit in the building. He say salute to the No Cap crew and Freezes. Salute to you, Dr. Frizzle
No
Frost.
Cap-tivity.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Dr. Frizzle Frost. Shout out to Justin Wade. You know it's gonna be a good day. Justin Wade in the thing. He say, yo, what up, No Cap crew? Salute Justin Wade. Shalom.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister, my day one, Miss Piggy. She say, make sure you hit that like button on your way in. And don't you hesitate. Shalom to my sister, Miss Piggy.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother, Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. Make sure y'all subscribe to his gaming channel. He said, what up, though, Freezy? And chat, smash that like button. Make sure y'all do what Emperor Kojak 313 the Great say.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom. Shout out to my sister. My sister always got our back. She say, Freezy, blessings to you. Shout out to Brina, man. Shout out to Brina. If y'all wanna catch Brina, make sure y'all come to the Discord. Brina always in the Discord, and she be helping us manage some things in the Discord. Shout out to Brina. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Wibbit Al. Wibbit Al in the building. He said, what up, though, Freeze? I'm just chilling, dog. I'm just chilling, man. Salute the Wibbit Al, man. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
El Cheapo. El Cheapo like that intro music. El Cheapo is a beautiful soul, man. Shout out to El Cheapo. And I be catching El Cheapo when she go live. Make sure y'all subscribe to El Cheapo. El Cheapo, when she go live, it be short and sweet. I'm gonna tell y'all something. When El Cheapo go live, it be short and sweet. If y'all don't, when El Cheapo go live, if y'all don't catch up within like 15 minutes, you might well just watch the replay. Shout out to my sister. Sometimes she'll go longer than that though.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh Lord! Shout out to my friend, my brother, Mandrell, aka Drelly in the building. He say, hey everybody. Man, shout out to Mandrell, man, in the building. Always good to see my brother Mandrell, man. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Fear No Mortars, aka F&M in the building. She say, salute Freezy in chat. Salute to you, my sister. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
RJ, my nephew. Shout out to all my nephews, RJ, DJ, and Ja'Cory, aka Stage in the building. He say, yo, what's going on, everybody? My nephew just speaking to everybody. You know, he be watching from the clouds most of the show. Shalom and much love to all my nephews.
No Cap-tivity.
TB, what's up? TB say Freezy and the No Cap crew, what's good? We just chilling, dog. About to have a fire ass show. TB, shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else is in the building? Fanny P. Shout out to Fanny P, man, holding the No Cap crew down. If y'all want to catch Fanny P, guess what? Y'all can catch her in the Discord as well, man. Shout out to Fanny P, man. We love Fanny P. Thank you, Fanny P. Always great to see my sister. And Fanny P turned me on to an ice cream parlor named Jenny's. Anybody ever heard of Jenny's ice cream? Fanny P turned me on to Jenny's. Jenny's got some exotic ice cream. We're gonna have to check that out. Shalom to Fanny P.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to our beautiful and lovely sister, Randy. Randy in the building. It's always a great day to see Randy when she's in the chat. Shout out to Randy. She say, hey, Freezy, salute. Salute to you, sis. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Randy. We love you. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Travel One, always here. Always here. Hey, whether y'all believe it or not, Travel One always here. Yeah, she very opinionated, but she support her brother. She say, greetings to Freezy and her No Cap-tivity chatters. Who's really real, Freezy?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom, Travel One. Shalom. Lux, what's up, Lux? Lux say hi, Freezy. Thank you, Lux. Shout out to Lux, man. Lux is just a great person, lovely woman. Thank you, Lux. It's just great to see you, Lux. Always when I see you in the chat, I know I'm doing something right. Shalom to our sister
No
Lux.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Chaz Focus. You listen. I might as well go on.
I'm gonna give you one more time.
I might as well go on do it.
And you do.
Chaz say, no Cap-tivity with Freezy. I have it hard. Pause. And I'm going to give you one more time. And you through. Shalom. Shalom to Chaz.
No Cap-tivity.
Why high in the building? He said, I do have great parents. That's a blessing, why high? That's a blessing, bro. It's a blessing to even be able to say that, why high? Thank you for sharing that, man. Shalom.
No
Shout out to Baha'i.
captivity.
Bolo TV. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother Bolo TV. The Village. He says Shalom Freezy in chat. Bolo would be a great person to talk about this topic with. Should you always honor your mother and your father? Shout out to Bolo TV, man. If you haven't subscribed to Bolo TV, make sure y'all do so. Excellent brother. Stand up, brother. I co-sign that. Shalom.
No captivity.
Who else is in the building? Impressive Vibe. What's up, sis? Impressive Vibe say, No Cap Crew. Hey, Freezy and No Cap Crew always represent, always painting the city. Shalom to our beautiful sister, Impressive Vibe. Thank you always for being here, sis. Thank you. Shalom.
No captivity.
Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. And make sure y'all do what Miss Piggy said. Make sure to share this channel. Share this channel. We need a collective effort. It's grow time. It's grow time. And the only way we're going to do that, one of the ways we're going to do that is we share the platform. We got to do that, y'all. Let's do it, man. Shout out to Miss Piggy for reminding everybody. I'm pretty sure Miss Piggy done shared it already because she be the main one making sure everybody else share. Shout out to Miss Piggy, man. One of my day ones, man. Miss Piggy been here for a long time. Shalom to Miss Piggy. I appreciate you.
No captivity.
And let me remind y'all to make sure you hit that like button, right? Shout out to the 28 people that done hit the like button so far. Shout out to the 28 people that hit the like button so far. I appreciate y'all. I really do. Now, you know what time it is. It's time to get this show on the road.
No captivity.
So, like I was saying, man, we're going to talk about parents. We're going to talk about, should you always honor your mother and your father? Is honoring your mother and father the same thing as respecting them? Is that the same thing? I think there's a lot that goes into that because under different households, there are different religions, different beliefs, right? So everybody does things differently, different races, different characteristics. So is it safe to say there's no one set way to quote unquote honor your mother and father? Because we know that originally that quote came out of the Bible, right? We know that originally that quote came out of the Bible. But when people actually say, when parents say, you need to honor your mother and your father, you need to honor me and your father, right? Well, most of the time is you need to honor your mother, right? Because most of the time it's the women that actually go to church and be hooping and hollering and all that kind of stuff and catching the spirit and be in attendance with the preaching and everything. But when they say honor that mother and that father, do they really mean it by biblical terms, or do they just mean you better do what I say, you better not give me no back talk, right?
No captivity.
Is that what they really saying? It's an interesting topic, and sometimes I think about this from time to time, but what reminded me of it today was I ran across a few videos. Not just Lil Yachty or Simone Biles, but there's some other videos that I ran across, right? And let's talk about the effects that it can have on kids when they're subjected to silence, when they're silenced because the parents are saying, hey, you better not speak back, you better not talk back, you better not even speak your mind. How that can affect the child growing up, right? How that can affect the child growing up, and they can suppress a lot of emotions. That happens all the time, especially in neighborhoods like I grew up. It happens all the time. Kids have to bite their tongue. How open should the lines of communication be when kids are growing up under their parents? We talk about who's real, who's fake. That's the next question. But does that correlate? Can that make your child fake? If you telling your child, just go along just to get along, you better go along just to get along. You better do it out. You better not come against what I say. Can that create a fake person? Anybody ever thought about it like that? Anybody?
No captivity.
Has anybody ever thought about it like that? Can that create a fake person? Do parents even know what they doing to their kids when they keep weaponizing, you better honor your mother, you better honor your father, because that's really a lot of times what they be doing. Even if I ain't been in your life, your whole life damn near, till after you graduated from high school, till after you turned 18 and became an adult. I don't care. I'm still your mother. I'm still your father. You need to honor me or you gonna cut your days short. That'll put fear in a kid. When I was younger, that used to put fear in me. I used to be like, dang, I don't want God to get me. I don't want God to punish me. I do not want God to punish me. Man, let me just be quiet, man. And I know I don't agree with what my mama doing. I don't agree with what my daddy doing. I don't agree with what my daddy doing to my mama. I don't agree with my mother's opinion about such and such right now. Because I got strong opinions about this, and I read up on what we talking about, and I just know she wrong, but I don't want her to say, oh, so you calling me a liar? You know, that's another one. Oh, so you calling me a liar? A lot of kids are walking on eggshells. And by the time they can become an adult, now they want to lash out. Now they just want to express it. They tired of holding it in. Now they taking it out on everybody else they meet after they leave their mother and father house. We know how it go. Well, I got some videos that I'm gonna show. We're gonna ground spam, right? Let me see what I want to show first before we get into all of that. I want to show y'all Tyrese's latest outpour on the Breakfast Club. Tyrese let it all go. He let it go right there on the Breakfast Club. Now, Tyrese has expressed himself plenty times. He has, kind of gone over the edge a little bit. We've seen Tyrese cry. We've seen Tyrese get emotional because of his divorce, his baby mama, right? Child support. We've seen Tyrese express himself in the most emotional way. And a lot of times when he's done it, people be like, man, Tyrese full of shit. We don't want to hear that shit. This nigga just crying. And I'm going to just be honest with y'all. It's worse when you see a black man do it because we just supposed to be hard, right? We're already looked upon as slackers. And we're already looked upon as, we need to get our shit together. We need to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. Nobody want to hear a black man cry. Nobody want to hear our problems because, we just need to get it together. We need to just suck it up and do what we got to do. That's every time Tyrese cry. That's really the typical response to Tyrese. Man, listen, we don't want to hear that. Bro, we don't hear. You need to go see a therapist. That's what they say to Tyrese. Well, this past week when Tyrese appeared on the Breakfast Club, I seen a different Tyrese. This might be the realest interview that Tyrese ever gave in his life.
This one here for the thug.
When Tyrese spoke at the Breakfast Club, I was glued to what he was saying. That I'm talking about that just one little part he was saying, the one segment he was speaking on. Charlemagne, what kicked it off is Charlemagne the God asked him a question, and then Tyrese just let it go. He just went to pouring out his heart. And I'm gonna tell you, this is not one of those times where me or hopefully one of y'all won't even say, man, Tyrese, we don't want to hear that shit. I'm about to play what Tyrese said on the Breakfast Club and how he responded to Charlemagne the God's question. Let me make sure I got the right one. Here we go. I thought I'm gonna just play it from here. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. I want y'all to listen to what Tyrese had to say. And tell me what y'all think after I play it, right? Tell me what y'all think. Shout out to Next Level in the building. Appreciate you. Always good to see my brother Next Level. Shout out to Apollonia Beauty in the building. Thank you, Apollonia. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. And shout out to Chicago Realer in the building. Shout out to everybody that's just coming in. I appreciate y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's see what Tyrese had to say. Here we go. Let me make sure.
I never sold you on fake. None of this jewelry on my arm is real.
That's not it, though. Let me find it. Let me go to. Here we go. That was the short version, but let me play this right here. Let me see Tyrese. Here we go.
Singleton, your mother.
Divorce.
Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can blow it up.
Divorce. Both of my sisters.
You do.
Did y'all know he lost like how many sisters?
People don't look at your sisters. People don't look at like I think about Brother Paul Walker, and I think about
John Singleton.
Ray, John Singleton, your mother.
Divorce. Both of my sisters died.
Your sisters.
Did y'all know he lost his mother? Both of his sisters died. He was close to John Singleton. We know John Singleton passed away. We know he was close to Paul Walker from Fast and the Furious. We know he went through a public divorce. Have y'all thought about this? Tyrese done been through a lot. So, I kind of felt bad those times in the past when Tyrese was crying. I was like, man, come on, Tyrese, man. Get over it, man. You're a superstar. Get over it, man. You're more blessed than most of us. But this interview, it kind of made me think differently, man, and kind of regret my past responses.
People don't look at divorce as grief, but you did. You lose things, You probably lost a lot of friends when you went through your mental health breakdown. Have you really?
There was no press release. There was no co-star. There was no collaboration in the world that could ever replace my mama. That could ever.
We talked about this on this platform before, and I've had gentlemen up. We talked about, is it cool for a man to cry, especially a black man? Most of the men said no, men should not cry in public just to be crying. Only in extenuating circumstances, like if you lose a parent, you cry at the funeral or something like that. But men should not cry. And under no circumstances, especially if you're married and you with your wife, you should not cry. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all something. This is one of the realest moments I ever seen in Tyrese. And I do not look at Tyrese as weak right here. I'm telling y'all, this one here moved me a little bit.
Is it a classic?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is Baby Boy a classic?
Hell yeah.
Did y'all know that Baby Boy bombed? I did not know that.
And number.
Hold on.
I need one. My makeup gonna mess up.
Men cry.
Hold on.
When you can't put food on the table and skipping over the man, real shit out here, you sis.
Let me go back.
When you do things from the heart, it affects hearts. On tears.
Makeup messing up.
Did y'all know that Baby Boy bombed? I'm sorry, I had lost my place. I had to find the place spot in the video again. Did y'all know that Baby Boy bombed when it first? I thought Baby Boy was a hit. I did not know Baby Boy bombed. I did not know that. Listen, I've watched Baby Boy 100 times. That's my wife's favorite movie damn near. Baby Boy. She loves that movie. I know people that love Baby Boy. Did y'all know that Baby Boy actually bombed when it first came out in the box office? I did not know that. This is a prime example. You just never know what people going through. Because a lot of people would say Baby Boy is the movie that actually sparked Tyrese's career. I guess some things can be a blessing and a curse at the same time.
My makeup, Tyrese.
Y'all might outsell me the first week. I made a fucking classic. Some of the most legendary movies in the world didn't do well in the box office. Baby Boy bombed.
Did y'all know that Tyrese was a masked singer? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know he was a masked singer? You just never know what people going through. I'm telling you. This interview with Tyrese, listen, I already know you shouldn't judge people, you know, by the, you know, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. You shouldn't just judge a person by what kind of image they portray, right? I already knew that, but Tyrese kind of amplified that to another level with this interview. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Tyrese obviously has gone through some mental health changes, right? But the mental health issues that Tyrese has gone through in the past few years, to me, it's made him more transparent. It made him not give a damn about how people judge him. I have a whole new outlook on mental health as well. It made him not give a damn. It made him just tell it like it is. Like Tyrese right here, he doesn't even seem like a superstar no more. He seems so relatable. He seems like a regular person that's relatable. And I appreciate it. I went and looked up that bracelet. You can go get that bracelet. It's a tennis bracelet. It's unisex for men and women. It's $21.99. That same bracelet that Tyrese just took off his wrist. But nobody would have ever known that. Now, people are clowning Tyrese. That's one of the things that went viral when he actually disclosed how much his bracelet cost, $23, right? Including tax. I was like, let me go look up this bracelet. It's on Amazon. It's on Amazon right now. It's on Amazon right now. Let me see. Let me go back to where he took off the bracelet. There we go. Yeah, it's on Amazon right now.
No Cap-tivity.
That bracelet is about to sell out, y'all. That bracelet is about to sell out. Everybody and their mama went to Amazon to see if it's real and to see where the bracelet is so they could purchase it. I'm telling you, listen, Tyrese has arrived.
No Cap-tivity.
What Tyrese just said,
You deal with
I've been saying this for a long time, especially when it comes to these YouTubers and everything. These people that prop themselves up as if they got all this money and all this fame and clout and all of this status and stuff, and they push it in your face. They push it in your face, and y'all eat it up, hook, line, and sinker. Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother, JT from What We Know Podcast.
No Cap-tivity.
Lord ADS, thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
My sister Mia, my beautiful sister Mia in the building. How you doing, sis?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother Trucker Yale. What's going on?
No Cap-tivity.
Y'all better yell for Trucker Yale. Yeah, so I had to show y'all that video because that video touched me. And the message that, you got to pay attention to the message that Tyrese was giving during this interview. That might be the realest thing. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. That might be the realest interview I seen from a celebrity. Even Tupac. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I love Tupac. Like when Tupac was living, I was an avid fan of Tupac. It ain't even no contest. I know some of y'all out there gonna disagree. It ain't even no contest on who's better, Tupac or Biggie. Listen, to me, Tupac win by a landslide. I love Tupac. I love Tupac interviews, all that. No Diddy, real talk. I got love for Tupac, even to this day. But that interview that Tyrese just gave, that got to be the realest interview I ever heard from a celebrity in my whole entire life. When he broke down crying, when he took off the damn fake ass tinted, when he told y'all how he's struggling, when he told y'all he had to take that damn job as a masked singer because he didn't even know how he was gonna put food on the table. I said, I rock with Tyrese. I never was a fan of Tyrese, but I'm a fan now, not because of his celebrity, but because how real Tyrese has became. That's real life. That's what I be talking about. See, I can rock with you. I can rock with you when you just don't care no more. You don't care what people think no more. You just be real. When I say I'm a real nigga, I don't be trying to be funny. I don't be trying to sound hard. That's what I be talking about. When I say I'm solid, that's all I be talking about. Tyrese is solid. Tyrese solid. I don't know how he used to be, but I know now. And another thing is this. Pressure busts pipes, but pressure sometimes can turn coal into diamonds. I'm telling you, like the pressure that Tyrese has gone through, it has shaped Tyrese into a transparent being, a real person, like a person that's not trying to hide, not a person he ain't trying to impress y'all. He's not trying to impress y'all no more. Tie that in with the topic, right? Should you honor your mother and your father at all times? Because there's an effect that can have when you don't want to go against your mother and your father. And let's just face it, your mother and your father used to be kids. And it's a big possibility that they wasn't raised right as well. So they haven't grown up to be perfect human beings or to be human beings that actually got it all together. Most of these mothers and fathers don't have it all together. But they expect the kids to never ever go against anything they do or anything they say, because they'll look at it as rebellion. Instead of actually respecting your kids with a mind and a brain and saying, hey, my child might be right on this one right here. But when you treat your child like that, it'll turn your child into a fake person. You know what you do when you treat your child like that? You teach them and you train them up to always impress you. You wonder why we got so many fake people out here. So many people that's always trying to impress people. A lot of times it's because of their parents. Their parents reared them in that manner to where they couldn't go against their parents. If their parents was dead ass wrong about something, their parents disciplined them in a manner where, listen, if you actually refute what I'm saying, or you go against what I'm saying, or you rebel against what I'm saying or doing, I'm gonna whoop your ass, or I will punish you. Take your PlayStation away. Take your Nintendo away. Some of y'all don't know about Nintendo. No, I know I be showing my age every show. I know I do.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my dog, the World Class in the building. He say, what's up? Make sure y'all subscribe to my dog, World Class, man. Shalom,
No
World Class.
Cap-tivity.
Fanny say, also Freezy, the title in your video is trending, by the way, which is a good topic. Really? Really? I didn't know that. That came straight off the dome. No Diddy.
This one here for the thug.
Real talk. I appreciate that, sis. Yeah. But, you know, listen, we still at the beginning of the show. We got a power-packed show. But I just wanted to show y'all Tyrese, because a lot of times the way our parents raise us, or if they were even there for us at all, this is the type of effect it can have on a child. Tyrese, A lot of grown-ups, they still have that child in them that's crying out for help. I'm telling y'all the truth, man. I go through it sometimes. Like sometimes I go through it too. Sometimes I go through it too. I really do. I'll be like, sometimes as an adult, you don't know which way to go. You're like, you know, before I got on YouTube, right? Before I got on YouTube, I had thought that I broke out of trying to impress people, you know, or trying to just make sure I don't get on nobody's bad side. When I got to YouTube, it was a new environment, right? I had to feel my way through, see how this bullshit work. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to step on no toes. I don't want to offend nobody. You know how it is when you first come to YouTube. You don't want to offend nobody. You don't want to step on, oh shit, they crazy on this panel. They cussing each other out. They getting personal. They severely disrespecting one another. I don't want to go through that because in real life, I would try to crack your motherfucking skull. But you can't do that on YouTube. You can't crack nobody's skull on YouTube. You just got to take it. No diddy. This one here for the but y'all know what I'm saying. You can't do that shit on YouTube. So instead of actually not being able to do the latter, you say to yourself, well, I'm going to just stay on my toes. Sometimes you find yourself walking on eggshells. That shit lasted for me for about 6 months when I first got on YouTube. Then I just stopped giving a fuck. I stopped giving a fuck a long time ago. Yeah. If you disrespect Freezy, I'm gonna tell you exactly what you're doing. I'm gonna pull up on you and everything. I'm gonna respect you, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you respect Freezy. That's how this shit gonna go. But I don't give a damn. Clip me up. We know this the clip sector. Your ass will get clipped up quick, fast, in a hurry over here. This the clip sector over here. And if any one of y'all hear somebody call this sector the clip sector, let them know where it originated at. Let them know your boy Freezy named this sector the clip sector. Because they will clip your ass up quick, fast, and a hurry. But I don't give a fuck because if you disrespect me, I got to let you know what you did and not to do it again. Don't do that no more. And that's why it's always important to stay solid as you can. You know why? Because if you stay solid and if you don't offend people as much as possible, there's really nothing they can pin on you. When you straighten them and when you try to get some correction and let them know, hey bro, this ain't that type of party. Don't say that again. Don't do that to me again. Don't talk about me in that manner again, bro. Don't do that. When you have a reputation when you don't disrespect people, it's very hard to combat that. That's why I say stay solid, man. That's why I say stay solid, because that's your biggest defense.
No Cap-tivity.
That's your biggest defense. In the long run, you gonna thank Freezy. I guarantee you gonna thank me. Y'all gotta remind me to check the cash caps too. Shout out to everybody that's sending super caps so far right now, man. Chat. And I think we do got a sponsor of the show too. Shout out to JT from What We Know Podcast for the $5 super cap. Thank you, JT, for helping us keep the lights on. JT said, let's explore how that looks to honor your parents under all and any circumstance, bro. That's right. Shout out to JT, man, for the $5, and thank you, bro, for always, JT, he been with me for a while. He gave me a lot of good advice. JT been around on YouTube for a while. He gave me a lot of good advice. Also, I think we got a sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Fanny P for the $20 super cash. She said, Freezy, Freezy. Life been good with the tips. So life been good with the tips. So I got some extra cash, Freezy. I got some extra cash. Shout out to Fanny P. Fanny P is the sponsor of tonight's show, and she just actually brought out the sponsorship guy. Shout out to Fanny P. I appreciate you, Fanny P. Thank you. Thank you, Fanny. I appreciate you. Fanny says hey, life been good on the job. She got some extra tips. And she went ahead and shared some love on the tips. We're going to go ahead and add Fanny P to the sponsorship board. Let's see. And make sure her name is spelled correctly. Sponsor of the show. Nope. Man, I still got Blaze up there. And shout out to Blaze for being the last sponsor of the last show. There we go. Fanny. Sponsor of the show, Fanny P. $20. I appreciate that. Cap-tivity. Fanny is the official sponsor of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor or the official sponsor of tonight's show, you have to either leave $20 or more. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you, Fanny. Thank you, JT from What We Know Podcast. I appreciate you. We do got a cash cap.
Check the cash out, bitch.
I just checked it again. Let me see. Oh man, shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to my brother. Do I already have that screen up? Oh, here we go. Shout out to my brother, Izzy Bands. Listen, I ain't even got to tell y'all because most of y'all already subscribed to Izzy Band, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother Izzy Band. My bad, Izzy. Sometimes my application, it mirrors what we show on the internet, so that's why it look like that. But nevertheless, thank you, Izzy, for your $7 cash cap. He said, no clips from the clouds. My solid bro, salute. Shout out to Izzy Bands.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Izzy Bands, man. I appreciate you for helping us keep the lights on. And like I say, man, make sure y'all subscribe to Izzy Bands, man. Let me put my phone on cash caps because maybe I can get some alerts from my phone. I just thought about that. Oh, and guess what? I'm glad I just did that because I think we got a new sponsor already just that fast. We got a new sponsor already just that fast from my brother, man. We got a new sponsor.
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
From my brother, the one and only, the Mob Father, Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull setting off that big light. The sponsorship, man, yep, we got to confirm. $25. $25.
No Cap-tivity.
From Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull say, pray you in good spirits, bro. Thank you, bro. I need it, Big Bad Bull. I really do. Thank you for the $25. Thank you, Fanny, for being the first sponsor. Big Bad Bull is the official sponsor now. Let me see. Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull is the official sponsor with a total of $25. Fanny P was the first sponsor. Big Bad Bull took over the sponsorship for $25. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. I appreciate you, bro.
This one here for the thug.
So moving on with the show. Oh, and make sure y'all subscribe to Big Bad Bull's channel. I bet y'all didn't know Big Bad Bull is developing a YouTube channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to Big Bad Bull's channel as well. So let me go on to the next video that I want to show. Shout out to Tyrese, man. That was a really good video. Before we go to Tyrese, I want to show y'all Lil Yachty. Lil Yachty disappointed me. Lil Yachty did. Now, I need y'all opinion on this one here. Because let me know if y'all think Lil Yachty made a great point or a good point or a solid point on this video that I'm about to show y'all. Let me know what y'all think. I seen this video earlier on the gram. This is gram spam, right? And I was watching Lil Yachty. It was a clip from his podcast. I forgot the name of Lil Yachty's podcast. He do it with a couple of his homeboys. The way Lil Yachty was talking to his homeboys, it made me really ask, damn, now this supposed to be his homeboy he been knowing for years. It just forced me to ask, who's real and who's fake? Freezy, who? How can you know? How can you know who is real and who's fake? Is there a foolproof way to know who's real and who's fake? Huh?
Super chat.
Shout out to my brother, Through the Fire Podcast, aka RBN, in the building for the $5 super cap. RBN says, here's a super cap just showing some drive-by support. Salute, JT. I appreciate that.
No cap.
Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all for always helping us keep the lights on. We need it, bro. We need it. We need it. We need it. It take time to find these topics and put these live streams together. It take time, man. Well, not only take time, it take money, because, you know, all this equipment I got in here, you know, it take money too. You know, I just want to throw that in now. I just want to throw that in there, y'all. Shout out to RBN, aka Through the Fire Podcast. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother. And just in case y'all know this, you know, I just like to say that because I like that in return. When if I come to your platform, you know, they always do it to me too. Make sure you subscribe to Freezy, No Cap-tivity with Freezy. So, you know, it's just love. That's just our way of actually looking out for one another. Especially, that's just us looking out for one another and helping each other's channel grow. Whether you guys look at it as big or whether you look at it as small, that's just our way of doing that, man. Izzy, I see you in the chat, man. Appreciate you being here, man. Shout out to Izzy, man. Let me see. I seen Flow State in here too. I think Flow State was in here. I think I seen him earlier. My bad, Flow State. I can't find your comment, but shout out to Flow State. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Flow State, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Flow State as well, man. Shout out to Flow State. But I'm gonna show this video, man. Lil Yachty, man. Can y'all give me y'all opinion on Lil Yachty? Now, this does tie into some of the topic. The other half of the topic say, who's real, who's fake? Let me know if y'all think Lil Yachty is being real with his homeboy, or is he being fake with his homeboy? This is new footage. It just came out not too long ago. We finna go to the gram. Shout out to Gram Spam.
This one here for the thug.
And I want y'all to just observe what I'm about to show y'all, and I need y'all opinion on this right here. Here we go. Lil Yachty, y'all. So, Lil Yachty's friend, the guy in the orange, or I think it's a red or orange jacket. This is the backstory. Lil Yachty's friend told somebody else, another guy, another colleague of theirs, somebody that they know, maybe they're still in the street or something. Lil Yachty's friend told a third party, hey, you need to change your life. You shouldn't live that life. That life is that road is gonna lead to nowhere. I changed my life, you can change yours. He was telling him, hey, I used to be in the street. You don't need to be in the street. You don't need to live that life, continue to live that life, because it's not gonna end well for you. So Lil Yachty is saying, who are you to tell this guy he shouldn't continue to live his life when you used to live that life? And the only reason why you was able to level up was because of me. You got a friend like Lil Yachty. I'm the only reason why you even seeing some type of success. That Lil Yachty's friend is kind of getting teed off, and he's getting a little frustrated and annoyed because he feels like Lil Yachty is shining on him right now. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Lil Yachty is trying to upstage him and shine on him right now? Do y'all think Lil Yachty is telling him, right, hey, listen, if you didn't have me in your life, you wouldn't be where you at? Lil Yachty's friend, I forgot his friend's name, but his friend was telling Lil Yachty, hey man, all I was telling the guy was, you know, don't live that life no more. That's not good. But Lil Yachty say, who are you to tell somebody not to go out and rob or sell drugs when you used to be in the street too? Or you were struggling. No, we don't know if Lil Yachty's homeboy in the red jacket, if he actually used to sell drugs, or because Lil Yachty he grew up in the suburbs. We know Lil Yachty grew up in the suburbs. He was raised with a silver-handled spoon. He was silver spoon kid. But I think Lil Yachty was saying, you ain't have nothing going on in your life. I don't think his friend was selling dope or nothing like that. But I think Lil Yachty was saying, you didn't have nothing going on in your life, and the only reason why you was able to see some type of success is because of me.
All right, so
but I know I'm right, so I'm
okay. I'm gonna play it all. I'm gonna play it over again from its entirety, so because by now you guys know the whole narrative of the whole conversation. I'm gonna play it from its entirety, and so you know, just so you guys can have a clear understanding of what's going on.
All right.
Now we know the cameras is out. They're doing a podcast, right? This is supposed to be his friend. Obviously, he been knowing this guy for a while. Lil Yachty said that, hey, you know, you've been making beats for a long time. You was struggling. You didn't really have nothing going on for yourself. How you gonna tell somebody else to, you know, not go down a certain path and to do better in their life and don't do certain things? How you gonna tell somebody, you know, to try to make better decisions in their life so they won't end up, you know, in a deep hole or deficit? How you gonna tell this person to do that when you don't know where you would have ended up if it wasn't for me, Lil Yachty? Let me get some of y'all opinions in the chat. Let me see if y'all think Lil Yachty is being real or is he being fake. Big Bad Boy say, I don't think this is Yacht's intent, but I see how his friend is taking it. Yeah, it looks like his friend is very offended and he's kind of embarrassed, right? Like, bro, why is you telling everybody our business that, you know, if it wasn't for you? Lil Yachty almost kind of propped himself up like he is this guy's, he had more to do with his life than his own mother and father. Is Lil Yachty's being real? Is he being sincere, or is he being grandiose, self-grandiose right now? Is Lil Yachty's ego kicking in? Let me tell y'all the truth. Some people are so good, they can slide in the condescending remarks and make it look like they're being sincere. Some people are just that good. Has anybody ever experienced that, where people can slide in the condescending remarks and prop and create this atmosphere where you're nothing without me? It seems like Lil Yachty is reminding his homeboy, bro, you wouldn't be shit without me. So why is you telling somebody else, you know, why is you giving somebody else advice and telling them they, you know, not to go down this path and telling them to, you know, change their life? And why are you telling them to try to do better in their life when you probably wouldn't be doing shit if it wasn't for me? I was kind of torn between that back and forth between Lil Yachty and his homeboy. I really was. Thank you, Miss Piggy, for reminding everybody to support the channel. JT say Lil Yachty is less than a mediocre rapper that hit the social lottery. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I don't remember one Lil Yachty song. Lil Yachty, I think he's worse than mediocre. I think he's worse than less than mediocre, JT. I think Lil Yachty is the worst rapper in rapper history. No Cap-tivity. I think Lil Yachty is the worst rapper in history. Shout out to Ham X in the building. I appreciate you for being here, bro. No Cap-tivity. Lord ADS say he just keeping it real. Okay, so Lord ADS, has a difference of opinion. He says he feels like Lil Yachty is just keeping it real. I wanted to show that video because how would you guys feel if your homeboy, if he did play a part in helping you level up in your life because of the networks that he's created and he's made, and he, you know, he used his success to kind of, you know, bring you along, and you were able to level up your life through your homeboy's network that he made for himself. Okay, listen, isn't that what we're supposed to do for one another? Okay, on the other end, I understand Lil Yachty is saying you don't know, you're telling this man to level up and all that kind of stuff. I get it, right? Lil Yachty is telling his homeboy, hey, you telling this other guy to level up, to make better decisions in life and don't keep going down this path. But you're acting like, maybe Lil Yachty is saying, you act like it's easy. It wasn't easy for you. If you didn't have me in your life, you're probably doing the same thing, right? Okay, we don't know if that's factual though. See, a lot of times it be your own homeboys or your own friends, maybe your best friend, that can develop this God complex, right? It might be your brother or your sister in your own household where, you know, they go to school, college, or they become successful, that, you know, they might get involved in the music industry, they might get involved in another industry, and they become successful, and they looked at as the white sheep of the family, and the rest of the family might look at you as the black sheep because you just couldn't get it right just yet. You've been running into a lot of roadblocks. The things that you experienced mentally that you didn't want to share with people because of embarrassment, you know, your life took a turn, but somebody else, maybe your homeboy was raised different from you, or maybe your sister or your brother that was in the same household didn't experience the same mental issues that you experienced, the same mental issues that you didn't want to express to other people because of embarrassment. Because you know that if you would actually open up and to your family or to your friends, they would embarrass you, right? Is it really that easy for Lil Yachty to say, hey bro, you wouldn't have been nothing without me, so why you gonna tell somebody else to try to make better decisions in their life? No. Should his homeboy not tell somebody else, hey man, don't keep going down that path, that's the wrong path? Should his homeboy have not said that? See, when I think about it, I'm like, damn, what was Lil Yachty actually trying to do in that moment while the cameras was on? A lot of us can't handle the cameras. Who's real and who's fake, especially during those times. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, throughout my life, right? It ain't too many people that can handle certain levels of success, right?
No Cap-tivity.
Whether it be small or big. It don't got to be big success. It could be small success. Small success. Some people can't even handle the littlest, the little most bittiest of successes. I've come to that realization. Everybody can't handle it. Everybody wants to be the most important person in the room. But that's why that first video I showed of Tyrese, I seen something different in Tyrese. When Tyrese went to crying on, and anybody, when I put the link in the chat, anybody, y'all can come up and challenge me on anything. If you feel differently about what I'm saying, come on up. You first of all, one thing y'all ain't got to worry about on this platform is I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment. I'm never gonna disrespect you. I just want to have a real conversation. But one thing that I did respect about Tyrese was he just came to a fork in the road in his life, and he's experienced so many mental challenges. He just don't care no more. He don't care about how he looked no more. And just so happened that turned out to be probably the realest interview I've ever seen in my life from a celebrity.
This one here for the thug.
Because it was just being real. As real as you can be, even down to where he's disclosing, hey, this pendant this tenant bracelet that I got on my wrist is fake. It costs $23 off of Amazon. Clemp. Tyrese lost his mother. He lost both of his sisters, right? He's gone through a divorce. He lost his close friends in the entertainment business, in Paul Walker and what's the guy that directed Baby Boy? Oh, John Singleton. What do you guys think? Travel One say the condescending babble and hypocrisy is all over social media. Who's really real?
No captivity.
Yeah, I will. That's one thing I have to agree with you, Travel One. It is all over social media. I do agree with that. Big Bad Bull say, I used to think Young Thug was the worst rapper, but recently I realized it was because half the shit I couldn't understand. I have grown to like him now. His style is real art form. Okay, yeah. I like Young Thug. I like the old Young Thug, not the new Young. All this new shit be demonic. I don't like that new shit. Shout out to F&M. F&M say, was he trying to son him? What? I mean, that was my opinion. Lord ADS and some other people in the chat don't feel like Lil Yachty was trying to son his homeboy. But here's the thing, though. If that's your homeboy, and then you got respect for your homeboy, and then here's the thing. If you my homeboy, I'm expecting you to have some type of discretion. Like, I'm expecting you to, if me and you that close, and we've grown to understand one another, I'm expecting you to innately have discretion, especially if cameras are on. Don't say I wouldn't be nothing without you. And I think that his homeboy handled it well. And here's the thing, you could tell his homeboy is tiptoeing. Maybe you wouldn't have been nothing without Lil Yachty because you didn't even speak up for your damn self. Like me, I would have been like, hold on, bro. Who you talking to? I wouldn't be nothing without you. Man, fuck this shit. The hell you talking about? I wouldn't be nothing without you, dog. Acting like you God. But would that be immature of me? I don't know. His homeboy kind of kept quiet. You know, maybe he's just more mature than Freezy. I don't know, you know. Sometimes I'll be spazzing out.
That's all you do.
I'm not all the time.
You rap.
Shout out to my sister Caramel Drip in the building.
No captivity.
How you doing, Caramel? Wonderful to see you, Caramel. Thank you for being here. So, let's get into the main topic of tonight's show, right? Should you always honor thy mother and thy father? Before we get into Simone Biles, let me show y'all some of the a couple of the videos that I got that's centered around should you honor thy mother and thy father. Anybody know Kirk from Love and Hip Hop? If y'all been watching Love and Hip Hop, y'all know that Kirk, throughout the years, if you've been watching it throughout the years, you know that Kirk cheated on his wife Rashida and got another woman pregnant and had a child on Rashida. Kirk has been having to deal with that over the years on the reality show in front of everybody. Well, let's see what kind of father Kirk has been to his child. I'm about to show y'all a clip of Kirk checking his baby mama because his baby mama, he said, has been causing problems between his wife and his mother-in-law. And he cares about his wife and he cares about his mother-in-law. So he had to meet up with his baby mama and tell her, hey, I'm not having that no more. You can't just be showing your ass, you know, around my wife and my mother-in-law and disrespecting my wife and my mother-in-law. let's see what Kirk had to say.
What you mean? What's up?
What do you mean what I mean? How the you get around Mama D? Where the y'all meet
That's
at?
none of your business.
You know her reputation with young
I
women,
don't know,
she was
and I
known to be a
don't
madam,
care.
okay? So
I don't
I'm just
I
asking
don't
what's
care.
the relationship? After me talking to Rashida, I'm like, yo, me and Jasmine gotta meet up to shut this down at the source. I don't want Cannon to sit back and gotta see me saying all kind of stuff to his mom, but I'm really pissed off that you playing with my marriage. I'm starting to feel like we doing the remix to Mama D's thirsty ass hoes. Like, what the going on?
All you need to worry about is being a father. You don't need to worry about my relationships with anybody else.
I've been a father. I'm not here to make
So Kirk said he's been a father. Let's see how much of a father he's been.
you happy.
I don't want you to make me happy. I want you to make Cannon happy.
I've never dropped the
You
ball
do
one time.
everything, maybe 20 days out a year.
Okay.
What's Cannon's teacher's name?
I wouldn't know.
What's his school's name?
You want me to put it? You want me to just say a school name? I take them all the time. How about I show it
You
to you?
take him all the time. You
It starts with a W. What's wrong with
Pathetic.
you?
What grade is he in?
Really? Really?
Exactly,
Third.
stupid. Third, stupid, no.
Third.
He's not in third, dummy.
But guess
How
what?
old is he?
So you think I don't know how old is Cannon?
You got to answer a question with a
Really?
question. That's crazy. Kirk sees Cannon maybe once every 3 months. I live 15 minutes from this man. If you were there, you would have known these things. What you mean? What's up?
What do you mean?
So let me ask y'all something. The way I grew up, my mom always said, hey, you should always honor your mother and your father no matter what. I've heard other people get told, some of my friends and colleagues get told when we were kids, you only got one father, you only got one mother. Honor them the rest of your days. If you don't honor them, they'll be short. Let me ask y'all something. In this clip, let's just say if you had a father like Kirk, and like his baby mama said, he only probably see his son 20 days out of a year. He don't know what grade you in. He don't know how old you are. He don't know how old his son is. He don't know what grade you in. Wait. Shout out to On Their Next podcast in the building, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to On Their Next podcast. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother On Their Next podcast. Shout out to one of the most solid brothers I know,
No
man.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to On The Next podcast. I seen somebody else come through the door earlier too. It was On Their Next and it was somebody else. Dang, I hate to miss people. Yeah. My bad, y'all, because I hate to miss people. But shout out to On The Next podcast. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, if you had a parent, Kirk only sees his son 20 days a year, allegedly, according to his baby mama, right? But it seemed like what she was saying had some truth to it, because he didn't even know his son's age. He don't even know what grade his son is in. So if that's the case, when his son grow up, let's just say if Kirk kept this up, kept the same conduct up as far as his son goes, kept the same pattern up, should I say. Whenever his son gets of age, let's say preteen, teenager, whatever, and then his son is out with his dad on a rare occasion, and his dad is trying to reprimand him or trying to put him in his place. His son disagrees with something his daddy said, and his daddy say, "Hey boy, don't you disagree? Listen, you ain't got no choice but to agree. You ain't got don't. You need to honor your father and your mother." Let's just say if it's something like Kirk is saying you need to go to college, and his son said, "I don't want to go to college. I want to be something else, right? I want to be a star like you. No, you need to go to college. You need to listen to your daddy. Man, I ain't got to listen to you. Listen, you need to honor your mother and you need to honor your father or your days gonna get cut short. See, here's the thing. It does say that in the Bible. If you don't honor your father, if you don't honor your mother, your days will get cut short. When I was younger, I really believed that. I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I kind of wish that I knew better as a young age, but it's kind of hard to know better when you're a child being raised by the very same people that's not really, by the same person that's not doing right by you. You're a child and you're going to believe what they say because you're their parent. I mean, because they're your parent. It's when you're a child and you're up under your parents, you really don't know. You don't know any better. You don't know what's really right or wrong. If they telling you honor your father, right, or your days will be cut short, you really believe that as a child. So instead of actually challenging your father, you will try to agree with him at all costs, or you will try to impress him just so you won't get on his bad side. A lot of times it caused me to be fake around my father. I'm pretty sure that a lot of kids can identify, or well, a lot of you guys out there can identify with what I'm saying. And I think that's a dangerous scenario. I think that's a dangerous predicament to be in as a child because it doesn't really train you to be a genuine, sincere person that knows how to express themselves candidly, intellectually, and actually be in touch with your feelings and emotions. I grew up numb to my feelings and emotions. The biggest feelings and emotions that I actually could identify with growing up from preteen to when I graduated from high school is depression and anxiety.
No Cap-tivity.
I didn't even want to express myself on that because I just felt like my daddy was going to say, boy, you weak. And then if he said I'm weak and I disagreed with that, he was, they might say my days were going to get cut short. Do you understand the cycle, the vicious cycle that you can wind up in as a child? What's wrong with you, boy? I don't know. I'm not feeling myself. What you mean you ain't feeling yourself? I don't know. Sometimes I just be feeling scared for no reason. And I just be feeling sad. Sad? Boy, you soft as hell. You weak as hell. Boy, you need to man up. That's what you need to do. Well, my guidance counselor told me I might need some therapy. Some therapy? What's wrong with you? Is you crazy? Daddy, don't call me crazy. And don't do that. And I'm not soft. Listen, boy, you better listen to me. You better not, don't talk back at me, boy. What the hell wrong with you? Huh? You better honor your father or your days gonna get cut short. Can y'all see the vicious cycle a lot of kids end up in? That honor thy father and mother scripture, how it can be weaponized. Does anybody understand? Is anybody following me? Listen, and the people that say it the most, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, the parent that says honor that, you better honor that. The parent that says it the most, or your days gonna get cut short, it be your nana. It be your mama. Because they be center, they be right there front and center at church every Sunday. Sometimes Bible study on Wednesday. Y'all know Bible in Florida, Bible study be on Wednesday night, So, they gonna hit you with it quick. Boy, you better honor your father and your mother. Girl, you better honor your father and I'll take you off this earth. If you better not disrespect me. What they're calling disrespect is really not disrespect. You just disagreeing. You just challenging your mother and your father. Is challenging your mother and father disrespect? And a lot of times, kids adopt that same mentality from their parents, and then when they become older, they will bring it to the workplace. If they become a supervisor or if they become some type of boss. If the employee might have a good point or might have made a good point, have a good suggestion, but because not the CEO or the CEO or the boss or the supervisor, because the supervisor or boss was raised with that type of mentality, you better respect your you better respect hierarchy. Or you're going to find your way out the door. You're going to find yourself fired. I don't care what you got to say. Listen, I'm the head such and such in charge in here. A lot of times people with that mentality, their business don't grow. Their businesses, they don't see their businesses flourish. They don't see their businesses have growth, or they don't see what they're trying to accomplish actually have progress. That's the word I was trying to look for. Have progress, right? People with that mentality, they cuckold a lot of people that they feel like are under them, that are subordinate up under them. But these people that are under you might have great suggestions, but because you was raised by your mom and father, or your mother or your father, either one of them or both of them, and you was taught that, hey, you better not disrespect me, I'm over you, don't disrespect the person that's over you, and they're deeming your suggestion or you challenging them as disrespect, right? They're deeming that as disrespect because they developed this mental trait, this personality trait. It could hold their business back from growing, because a lot of time businesses grow because there's more than one head in a think tank. Businesses grow when you actually seek help from people that might have a lesser position than you. But these people that have a lesser position than you in this business that you're trying to run might have some valuable information that you just don't have, or another perspective that you just don't have. But you ain't gonna listen to it. You know why you ain't gonna listen to it? Because you was raised to believe that your days will be cut short if you challenge somebody of a hierarchy than you. You was raised that way. So now, when you grow up, when you leave the house, you can't wait to do that same shit and weaponize that same shit to somebody else, yo. And then we wonder why businesses don't progress, especially in the black neighborhoods, in the black community. We wonder why businesses don't flourish. Because everybody want to be right. Your mama want to be right. Your daddy want to be right. Now you want to be right because you was raised like that. Now you get on YouTube and you just right. Nobody can tell you no different. You're right. You're just right. And it causes a vortex of people getting held back. It causes a vortex of people actually being stagnant, and they just can't figure out, man, when I communicate with people or when I network with people, it just hardly ever works out. You know why it don't work out? Because you develop that mentality. Man, I'm not finna listen. I'm not finna really be listening to people that I feel like are lesser than me. Why would I listen to somebody that's lesser than me? Huh? I'm better than you. I'm the most important person in the room. Everybody needs to listen to me. That's how this shit's supposed to go. Super chat. Shout out to JD 1975 for the $5 super cat. JD 1975 said, for the lights, Freezy. Salute, bro. I appreciate that, JD.
Cap-tivity.
Thank you, dog. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. So that brings me to the main topic, which is Simone Biles, right? Simone Biles is she's an Olympic gymnastic phenomenon. Not just a gymnastic phenomenon, she's an Olympic phenomenon. I think, if I'm not mistaken, she might be the most, y'all correct me in the chat, she's either the most decorated Olympic gymnast in history, or is she the most decorated Olympian in history? Please, somebody actually let me know exactly what is Simone Biles. What is her claim of success in the Olympics? Is she the most decorated Olympic gymnast in history, or is she the most decorated Olympian in history? Shout out to my brother, Black Man Unfiltered, in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother, Black Man Unfiltered's channel. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Black Man Unfiltered, BMU, he don't play no games over there. If you ain't down to have serious conversations, stay your ass from over there, or your day's gonna get cut short. You know I had to do that. Shout out to BMU. Shout out to BMU. Okay. Emperor say both. Both. So she's the most decorated Olympian in history, let alone the most decorated Olympic gymnast in history. Well, Simone Biles has made wonderful feats in her career. But I don't know if some of y'all know, Simone Biles was raised without her mother. Her mother gave her away a long time ago. She was not raised by her mother. Her mother suffered from a very bad drug habit. I don't know if she was smoking crack, heroin. I don't know what it was. Really don't matter, because whatever it was, it made her remove herself from her daughter's life for the majority of her daughter's life. And they've been having tension within their relationship, because Simone Biles' mother has been trying to get close to Simone Biles since Simone Biles' recent success in gymnastics. Her mother, Simone Biles' mother, has been trying to connect with her daughter. I mean, after all, that is her biological daughter. We can't take that away from her, right? Well, the way I was raised, Simone Biles, if your mother is trying to reach out to you, whether your mother was there for you or not at all while you was a kid, the way I was raised is, listen, you only got one mother, and you should honor your mother. If your mother want to meet with you, if she wanted to develop a relationship with you, if she want to communicate with you, if she want to tell you some things nowadays, even if it's after your successes, you should allow her to, because you should honor your mother. You should honor your mother, right? Or your days will be cut short. Will Simone Biles' days be cut short if she does not honor her mother's request to develop a close relationship with her after she became a world-renowned gymnast, Olympic gymnast? How you doing, Miss Jill? Thank you for being here.
No captivity.
Well, let me show y'all a video that centers around what I'm talking about. Here we go. The video I'm about to show y'all, this is Simone Biles' sister. Simone Biles' sister is defending their mother. Now, Simone Biles' sister, I think her name, what is her name? I don't know. estranged sister. That's all they got up here. Simone Biles' estranged sister comes to the mother's defense, says Shannon has been trying to, well, I guess that's Simone Biles' mother's name, Shannon. The sister says Shannon has been trying to reconnect with Simone for a while, but Simone wants no parts of her mother. She, quote unquote, she's not a bad person. This is what the sister is saying. Quote unquote, she's not a bad person. She's done nothing to Simone. Life happened to her. Miss Jill, are you saying that the sister is named Ashley? I think Miss Jill is saying the sister's name is Ashley. So let's listen to what Simone Biles' estranged sister has to say about their mother and Simone Biles. Okay, it was her sister Ashley defending their mom. Let's see what Ashley had to say about Simone Biles and how Simone Biles is refusing to allow her mother to have a relationship with her. Here we go.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Micah. I'm gonna come on here because I just want to say this really quickly. Cause that video of my mom came out and she sent it to me. But I just want to let y'all know I didn't even watch the full video. I really don't care about too much about the video. All I know is what I'm seeing on the internet, and what I do I want to come to this internet and defend my mom because she might not be everything that we expected for her to be, but at the end of the day, she's still a work in progress, and we give her that. Simone chose not to have a relationship with my mom, which is fine. That was her choice. Me personally, I didn't develop a relationship with my mom until I was 17 years old. It started when I was about 9. It was on and off, because she was still dealing with what she was dealing with at the time. But I'm not going to let y'all get on this internet and try to bash my mom or say anything bad or anything of that sort, because she's not a bad person. She's done nothing to Simone. Life happened to her. And that's okay. I'm not mad at her. I understand. Everybody deals with my mom has 8 children. There's Ashley, Tevin, Simone, Adria, me, Mariah, Shania, Teron, and Shania. From number 1 all the way down to number 8. Simone has 2 full-blood siblings, and everybody else is half-blooded. Ashley has her own dad. Simone, Tevin, and Adria have their dad. And then me and the last 3, me, Mariah, Teron, and Shania have our dad. But I just want to get on this internet and say that I don't want nobody bashing my mom. Because at the end of the day, life happens to everybody. Things happen. But at the end of the day, she was in good hands. She was taken care of. Sooner rather than later. And that's what I don't like about the story that's being told, or the story that's trying to be written, or the story that's trying to be portrayed. Because at the end of the day, she was good. From 2 years old and up, she was good. She was good, whether it be with my mom or not. And I'm not going to speak for Simone and how she can feel or whatever the case may be, because each and every one out of 8 of us deal with our own feelings about the situation. But don't get on this internet doing too much of my mom, because she tried. And if Simone doesn't want that relationship, she's not going to push her for that relationship until she wants it. Like she said, whenever she's ready, she's ready. But on the same coin, it's not like my mom was not trying to be there. That's the part that y'all aren't getting. It's not like, you know what I'm saying, she was dealing with what she was dealing with. So how could she be there? She, like I said, back when I was 9, and mind you, I'm younger than Simone. By 3 years, I'm younger than Simone. So she was dealing with what she was dealing with. And everybody dealing with it how they dealing with it. And that's okay. Ain't nobody mad at her. I have my own problems with Simone, but I'm not going to get on this internet and do too much on that, because I already tried, and y'all tried to fake ass bash me for that. So I'm not going to do that, because y'all trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm just jealous or whatever. But at the end of the day, I just wanted my sister. So it is what it is. But all I'm asking is not too much on my mom. Thank you.
No cap.
So, okay, Miss Jill said no, she doesn't think that's Ashley. That's one of the other sisters. Yeah, Simone Biles' mother had 8 kids, and I think about 4 different men, 3 or 4 different men, 8 kids, about 3 or 4 different men. There it is. That's one of the sisters. This sister says she's about 3 years younger than Simone Biles. She said that she even herself has been trying to have a relationship with Simone, but Simone just refuses to have a relationship with any of them. Simone has obviously removed herself from her immediate family. Simone has a different father than the girl that we just seen, the sister that we just seen talking in the video. Simone is refusing to allow her mother to have a relationship with her. Now, the sister that we just seen talking, right? This girl right here, the sister that we just seen talking, she's saying her mother separated herself from her too from a young age. She says she did not have her mother either growing up, but she gave her mother grace. Seems like this young lady has given her mother grace. She's expressing love for her mother, even on the internet. And not only has she given her mother grace and forgiven her mother, she's defending her mother. And this young lady feels like that's the way it should be. You only got one mother. Your mother, you wouldn't even be. That's another liner. That's another one-liner that we get too, don't we, right? You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your mother. If your mother didn't decide to have you, right, you wouldn't be here. So you should honor your mother simply because she gave birth to you. Do you guys agree with that statement? This is a very complex matter because when people put it to you like that, it does make you think, damn, I wouldn't have been here without my mother. I wouldn't have been here without my dad actually helping my mother conceive me, right? And so it does make you take a double take and say, maybe I will give it a shot, and maybe I will consider letting my mother in, even though she hasn't been in my life the majority of my life, right? So, but this young lady has came to that conclusion. She says she wanted a relationship with her mother, even though her mother did not raise her. She said her mother was on drugs. What do you expect from a person that was on drugs? She's saying, listen, why wouldn't you give your mother grace? The reason why she gave you up, the reason why she gave her kids up is because she was smoking crack, because she was on drugs, right? So she's saying that, hey, she's telling Simone Biles, you should give your mother grace the same way I did and develop a relationship with your mother. After all, this is your biological mother, right? That's what this young lady is saying. What do you guys think? Is Simone Biles is she being wrong? And is she wrong in this situation? It's a tough situation. But is she handling this situation all wrong? What do y'all think? Do you think that, like your mother and your grandmother and some of your fathers used to say, if you don't honor your mother, you will cut your days short? Do y'all think that Simone Biles will cut her days short? A lot of y'all are spiritual out there. A lot of y'all grew up in the church, whether it be Baptist, AME, right? Whatever it was, Pentecostal. Do a lot of y'all believe that if you don't honor your mother and your father, you will cut your days short? And does that kind of make you, does it kind of force you to consider honoring your mother and father, no matter how bad they've treated you, no matter how terrible or how harsh they've treated you, right? Do you guys believe that no matter what, because your mother had you, because she birthed you, that you should honor your mother and your father? I'm about to put the link in the chat, and I just want to have a discussion with y'all. Just a relaxed discussion, a laid back discussion, because it's a serious discussion. I think that this topic can change, has and can change the trajectory of a child's life, right?
No captivity.
Maybe the notion is there are a lot of kids because they didn't refute their mother or father, or because they didn't challenge their mother and father, even if the child was right, it just made the child an obedient person, a disciplined person. Is there some good that can come out of a child being held back from challenging their mother and father, and possibly being looked upon as being disrespectful and just being labeled, that's a good little girl, that's a good little boy, because they never talk back and they grew up just being labeled a good kid. But the other kid that always challenged their mother, is if they felt like their mother or father was wrong, that kid was labeled the bad sheep of the family, the rebellious kid, right? We do it to the kids all the time. Is it a good thing to be the good kid? Is it a good thing to be the good kid? Shout out to Trey Ferg in the building. And shout out to Raj Will in the building. I appreciate y'all.
Captivity.
I'm going to put the link in the chat. I want to have the discussion because I'm going to just be honest with y'all. Before I became an adult, I was that kid. I used to just want my mom and dad to, even though now I know I grew up in a very toxic environment, I used to just want my mom and dad to look at me like, that's a good kid. He made good grades. And this was like early on when I was 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade. 5th grade, I kind of started falling off. 5th grade, 6th grade, I wasn't making all A's no more. I was, the B's and the C's started coming in because the mental issues started setting in, and I didn't know why. Because my mom and dad, I couldn't talk to them because I was afraid of, if I disagree with something they were saying about me, now it would induce or intensify my anxiety. They would look at me like I was, like I was being a bad kid or a kid that was talking back or a rebellious child. Do you understand the vicious cycle? But they told me as long as I did what I was told and listened to my parents, listened to whatever they had to say, God will bless me. God just gonna bless you if you just don't challenge your parents and listen to what they got to say and obey your parents. Obey your mother and father. No matter what. God gonna bless you as a child. Well, let's talk about it. Let me put the link in the chat. Before I put the link in the chat, let me read the cash cap from my sister.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to my sister, man. And shout out to everybody that's been sending cash caps and super caps tonight. I really appreciate y'all. Let me see. Shout out to my sister Impressive Vibe for the $10 cash cap. Thank you, sis. I love you, man. Shout out, sis. Longtime sister. Shalom to my sister. I appreciate you. She says for support. No cap. Thank you. I appreciate you, sis.
No captivity.
Impressive vibes, ladies and gentlemen. Impressive vibe. Okay, let me put the link in the chat. Shout out to Living Humbly. I see you. Thank you for being here, Living Humbly. Join the show. There we go. There's the link in the chat. Anybody can call in and have have the discussion with your brother Freezy. Let me pin it to the top. There we go. And the link is pinned to the top. But yeah, so I showed Kirk, right? I forgot Kirk's last name. I forgot his last name. Kirk from Love and Hip Hop. He didn't even know his son's age. He didn't even know what grade his son was in. Kirk is considered a reality star, a reality TV show star. So Kirk, obviously, he expects a level of respect because of his status. When do people become delusional? When does it hit a person? Hey, you're damaging your relationships with your kids. You're damaging your relationships with your wife. You're damaging your relationship with your husband. You're damaging your relationship with your coworkers, with your business partners. You're damaging your relationship. And, you know, did you ever sit back and think it was because this is how your parents raised you? This is the mentality that you adopted from your parents? Your parents presented themselves to you as if they, most of the time, they was always right. And if I'm wrong, guess what? If I'm wrong, you better not challenge me, because I'm still your mama. I'm still your daddy. I'm still your what is it called? I'm still your mother. I'm still your daddy. I'm still your elder. That's the word I was looking for. I'm still your elder. Is it abuse that if a child, let's just say if a child said, yeah, but mama, you still wrong, no? Anybody thought about it? Has anybody ever been through this? Yeah, but mama, you still wrong. And I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. This is just my opinion. I think mothers do this more than fathers. And I don't know, who knows what I'm about to say. When the child still insists on trying to show their mama, hey mama, you wrong on this one here. Or no, mama, you're wrong about me. No, you're wrong about me. What you're trying to say about me. How many people have experienced this? When you still go against your mother and father, and guess what they do? They whoop you. They whoop you. Shout out to Stan Joseph in the building. Thank you for being here, bro. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Pump Your Brakes with Mr. Troy. Thank you for being here,
Cap-tivity.
Mr. Troy. Man, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I done got slapped. I done got a whooping just because they labeled me rebellious and I was talking back. You know, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I was a gifted kid. Like, I was in the gifted program as a young kid. I was inducted in the gifted program. In Florida, they call it Alpha. Anybody ever heard of that? The gifted program where some kids have to take an IQ test? Has anybody ever heard of that? Where some kids, when you're younger, you have to take an IQ test. And then if you score high enough, the school will, they will enroll you in what they call the gifted program. In Florida, they call it Alpha. They call it Alpha in Florida. Let me bring my brother up. Shout out to JT for What We Know.
No Cap-tivity.
There we go. JT, how you feeling, bro?
What's going on, bro?
No,
Poppin',
nothing, man.
Good.
I just felt like this topic, bro. I just felt like it'd be so cool to talk about it, especially as an adult. I can't get my ass whooped no more. Like, you know, my mama can't whoop my ass. But I wanted to take a deep dive in it because when I really sat back and started thinking about it, right, I was just like, damn, you know, I don't think it's cool for parents to put like handcuffs on their children as far as their own opinions or whatever. But if you go down, if you really think deeply into it, if you go down, if there's a rabbit hole that you can go down to where if you actually limit your child on expressing themselves, is especially if the child knows that they are right about something. No, mom, no, dad, I think you're wrong on this right here. If you hold your child back from using their intellect, all because as a parent you have the privilege of enforcing certain type of discipline in your child, right? And you have the freedom to say, hey, if you talk back, I'm gonna whoop your ass. What kind of rabbit hole do you think a child? Do you think that at all times a child should always honor their mother and their father? Let me start there.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, because first we have to explore. That's why I was, said in my my earlier in the chat, where I was like, let's explore. What does honor actually? How does that look? Mm-hmm. How does honoring thy mother and thy father actually look? Is it that you just, when they when you have an opinion, or you have something that you have a free thought, that because they tell you to shut the fuck up, that you just gonna shut the fuck up? Is that honor, or is that just being subservient? Right?
Well, look at it though. On a lot of occasions, if the child don't shut the F up and they still insist on expressing their viewpoint, there are parents that will say, hey, you're being disobedient and you're being disrespectful right now. I told you to shut up. Right? So a lot of parents will look at it as, you're not honoring your mother or your father because you insisting on talking after I told you to shut the F up. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's kind of like how they narrow the road of disrespect. Like, parents can be unfair, right? When we talking about something as far as honor, obedience, these type of things. I don't believe that a child, their whole life, should be able to just not express themselves, right? It's like you said, this conversation is definitely something that we have to explore. Of course, you don't want to be disobedient to your parents, but it's kind of like, how do they put it? How do they parent, right? They're wrong as shit. The only difference between us as older folks and the younger folks is that we just been on this earth longer, right? We got more experience on the earth. Does it mean that we are right? In most cases, hell no. It means that we did it wrong. So when we're talking about honoring a parent, a parent that's doing right by you by the best of their abilities. Yeah. If that parent has boundaries, they have, if they have things where they're basing it off of principles that they're also going by. Yeah, I can see that. But when you're talking about a parent that's on drugs, a parent that's been in the streets, a parent that has put their children in harm's way, that have kind of raised their children the wrong way, how does that honor look? Is it real? Is that really honor? Or is it just obedience? I think that it's just obedience. That's just it. And at the end of the day, if my parent, my parents never did, but if they put me in harm's way and that's how we're living, it's going to be very difficult for me to be at a certain age to just be obedient to a disobedient parent. If I seen my parent, like you've heard me before, Freezy, when I told you I saw my parents be children to their parents. Mm-hmm. I seen something different. I saw my mom be a daughter to her mama and her daddy. I also seen my grandparents be daughters to their parents. Had the privilege to seeing that. And then I've seen uncles and aunts that wasn't living the way that they were supposed to be living, and they had children. I'm talking about they were, drug heads out there in the streets. They had their kids in dangerous predicaments, and the family had to step in and take those children. I've never had to worry about my parents trying to parent me and they out in the streets. Like, I got a place to stay, but my parents ain't got a place to stay type of shit, right? But I've seen it. How you gonna be a parent then? How you gonna be able to tell your child what's good, what's bad, what's right, what's wrong, and you out here just doing what the fuck you wanna do? So when we're talking about honor, I think we do need to put some principles out there on this whole, or at least give it a definitive term where we're talking about honor, because that's something difficult. It's very difficult for someone to be in a child's predicament going into adulthood and their mother or father or both wasn't doing right by them. How you get them to do that? How you get them to honor you then when you wasn't honoring them?
I know
when you didn't care about your child.
You say you say a child should be able to express themselves, right? When I was younger, my parents was okay with me expressing myself if it wasn't me challenging them. Like, I could sing, right? Okay, they wanted me to sing, especially at cookouts and everything, because it made them look good. Hey, go ahead, hey, boy, sing, boy. Let your uncle and your aunties hear you sing, or let my homeboy, let my friends hear you sing. Let my girlfriend hear you sing, right? So that's expressing myself. They will allow me to express myself that way. Or let's just say if I don't know, let's just say if I'm playing sports, if I want to play sports and just, break a sweat or whatnot, they will allow me to express myself. Or I'm just giving some example. Let's just, if a child want to write poetry, a lot of parents don't care about a child expressing themselves outwardly. If it's expressing themselves just in general. But I think when it comes to a parent, or when it comes to a child actually expressing themselves to their parents and actually challenging their parents, hey, I don't agree with what you just said. As a matter of fact, I know what you just said was wrong. Like, my parents weren't having that shit, dog. My mama was not having that. She would give me this look and she'll be like, who you talking to? What do you mean? What you talking about? I'm wrong. What, you trying to call me a liar? Oh, you want to be disrespectful. And so now that's increasing my anxiety, and I'm like, oh man, mama, I ain't mean it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really wrong. Oh, so you just gonna keep going? Be quiet.
Right.
Be quiet.
Right.
And so, as I got older, I stopped being quiet. And those moments turned into slap in the face or, something like that right there. And it got it got bad, And that's how I ended up being labeled the black sheep of my family, because I got to the point where, no, this ain't right. Like, y'all, y'all like y'all right all the time, especially when I got in high school. I'm like, come, and then how I seen my daddy moving, by then I knew my daddy was cheating on my mama. He done had babies on my mama. By then I knew that my mama, she had a mouth on her. She can get very disrespectful. And she was, they was cussing like sailors. And I knew that, something just wasn't right, But the point I'm trying to make is, you said a child should express themselves. I think most parents would be okay if their child express themselves, as long as it's not to challenge them.
Yeah. So it's about the grooming, right? How did your parents groom you? So that's where the problem is. That's where the conflict of interest come. Because believe it or not, the that passage to full adulthood is when you can look at your parents, the people that you came, the foundation from where you were raised, right? And when you get to a certain age where you can you can delineate that was wrong. What they were saying was bullshit. When you could delineate that, this is when we would know that we're growing into our adulthood, because this is where our individuality, we start to separate from how we were raised to how we're, going to go through life for the rest of our adulthood. And it comes to that point where some people's conflict with their parents is very extreme. Like you were saying, sometimes it comes with a slap in the face. It comes with all this. You like, I'm 23 years old, right?
Right.
And I understand now that you are not right on everything that you've done. As a matter of fact, the way that you raised me was kind of screwed up. But when I have my children, I know not to raise them the way that you raised me on that aspect. So when it comes down to the honor part is where I have a problem with. The respect part, I'm cool with that. But it comes to a point of some parents have been some fucked up ass parents. And a lot of kids say, well, listen, I don't want to disrespect my parents. So what do? They kind of remove themselves from their parents, and then they will see them periodically. Thanksgiving, Christmas, family reunion. Every once in a while they call them, see how they doing or whatever, but they're not really, up under their parents like that no more. That's just what it is. Is that honor? Or are we talking about honor is, when your parents are wrong, at some point you don't tell them that they're wrong. Now, as a kid, it's very hard when you're a teenager and stuff like that, because we're still wrong. We teenagers be wrong as shit. We be right about 2 times a day, but the other 80 times we were wrong as shit. We think we know everything, right? So I understand that aspect of it. But once you start getting into adulthood, there's a part of you that's going to say, I have to separate my beliefs and thoughts from the things that I don't believe that my parents, how they raised me. A lot of people, it's very difficult for them to do that, because it's very difficult for people that had to survive their childhood versus people that had a childhood. You get what I'm saying with that? When I have a childhood, my parents allowed me to be a kid. They allowed me to be a teenager. They allowed me, adolescent, teenager, and they let me transfer into adulthood versus the parent that kept stumping my growth because of the bullshit they was going through because they didn't grow up. So if I had a parent that was still 13 and 14 damn years old and they're in the mind and they're 22 and 27 years old, and they're just teaching me wrong. How you look at this right here, Freezy? Look at these parents that we have right now. Look at these women that listen to Glorilla and all of that bullshit, and they allow their kids to hear that shit too. Not even allow their kids, they expose their kids to it. Look at these fathers that's still into gangs and they have kids.
That's facts.
Right. How do you honor that? What are you honoring? And how does that look?
What crazy. What kind of position does that put the child in? Because the child is forced to actually to obey the parent or just move at the beat of the parent's drum, right? Like they don't have no power. The child ain't got enough power to make a change or to just enforce a change in the situation. No, because it's, to me, I look at it like almost sometimes, JT, that shit could be like a curse to the child. Like a child could be cursed, like raised up under a curse. Like I got a homeboy I grew up with. His mom was in prison most of her life. She was on crack, and she was in prison most of his childhood, if not all his childhood. and his grandparents basically did the majority of raising on him. And his grandparents went to the same church we went to. It was a Baptist church. And his grandfather and his grandmother was like the same way. Listen, honor thy mother and thy father. Your days gonna get cut short and all that kind of stuff. And so what I noticed about my friend, he's one of my best friends. I found out he was snorting cocaine at like age 10 or 11, and it broke my heart. I was like, when I found out he was snorting powder, I was like, bro, you on powder? He said, man, yeah, man, don't tell my grandma, it's just something I'm just playing around with. I just be doing it sometime. I was like, yeah, man, but what you got going on? You know what I'm saying? And
right.
He went from, he was smoking weed and snorting powder at the same time. This was like close to 11, 10, between 10 and 11. And to this day, he said he don't do it no more, right? But he was doing it for a long time. Now, when I look back on it, I was like, he really didn't have a voice in the house. His mom was in prison, and he was raised by some old school grandparents, Baptist raised grandparents that used to use that term all the time. Do as I say, not as I do. You should always honor your mother and father. If you don't, your days will get cut short. And then that scripture, it almost includes a little bit of superstition in there, because you really truly believe, dang, I don't want my days to get cut short. That resonate to a child. That hit different to a child. Like, I don't want to die. I don't want to die early. I don't want my days to get cut short. And then, cause kids, think about it. Kids believe in the boogeyman. Kids believe in Santa Claus. Kids believe in them damn stupid ass characters on horror movies and stuff. We used to believe in that shit. We believed in Candyman. We believed that if you go in the mirror and you say Candyman 5 times, he gonna come and you be scared out your mind. We believe that when you go to sleep, Freddy Krueger we believed all that bullshit cause we kids, cause our imagination ran wild, you know what I'm saying? So when
before that, it was Bloody Mary. Remember that?
Right. Right. So when your parents say, if you don't honor your mother and father, guess what? Your day's gonna get cut short, right? That's, to us, that's, man, I might not wake up. Back then they used to say the prayer, what does it say? Lord, let us sleep. Lord, lay me down to sleep. That bullshit.
Oh, yeah, now I lay me down to sleep. Pray the Lord, my soul to keep.
If I should die before I wake, yeah, I pray the Lord my soul to take. So we used to say all that bullshit, and that shit wasn't nowhere in the Bible. But here's the thing though. I just looking back at it, right? A lot of parents in my neighborhood, they thought like that, especially the ones that went to church. And now looking back on it, cause my mama used to say that same scripture, you need to better honor your mama, boy, or your days gonna get cut short. Or your days gonna get cut short. She started telling me my days gonna get cut short when I was a teenager, cause I really was challenging her, right? And I used to believe, damn, if I'm gonna die, I might as well just do what the hell I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's how my homeboy felt. He went to snorting powder and everything. What do you think that can have a profound effect on kids, as far as if their parents force them to keep things bottled in for just because of the parents' pride and ego? What kind of, do you think that can have a profound effect on the child, where they actually, since they can't express themselves to their mother and father, or actually have a more sincere, genuine relationship with their mother and father, they'll have it with their friends. Now their friends are peer pressuring them. That's why I feel like that's the way a lot of kids can start getting in gangs and stuff, because they find that they can express themselves more with, their homeboys and homegirls and, outside of the house. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it does have a profound effect.
Before you do that, hold on. Before you do that, let me do this. Super chat. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $5 super cap. Stan, thank you, bro, for helping us keep the lights on. Stan say, honor brings respect to family name. Obedience is taking orders but it got to be righteous. Inside, we have a consciousness that guides us. Shout out to Stan. Man.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, that's I like that comment, Stan. I appreciate you. Go
That was
ahead.
nice.
Yeah, go ahead, JT.
Yeah, it does affect you know, it affect a lot of us, especially us black folks, man. Let me tell you where I saw the effect in the military. You know how many cats that refuse to take orders because they felt that I'm grown now, my parents, this is where you hear that you ain't my mama, you ain't my daddy type shit, right?
Yeah.
So it gets them to a point where they don't want to respect authority. Yeah, a lot of people think that it can come from not respecting authority because someone was not raised up under strict authority. No, that having that strict authority can have an adverse effect on us as young adults also, or teenagers, even teenagers. And it's because it's that concept of we know at a certain level just the insight when something is right and something is wrong. I remember as being a kid seeing adults do shit and I felt like it was wrong. I seen it. I didn't know for sure. But as a little kid, when I saw them doing certain things, I knew that they was wrong. I remember seeing someone, friend of the family, they were down my grandmother's basement. I'm about 4 years old. And I remember seeing, that was the first time I've ever seen somebody take heroin. Because I was so young, they felt that they can just do it in front of me and I don't know what the fuck that they're doing. I didn't really know, but I knew it was wrong as shit. I knew it was wrong. And it got to a point where I saw it, where I was just like, wow. You know how you reflect back to something? You would like, that was heroin that they were taking. I was probably about 11 or 12. And I realized what that was that they were doing. But just looking at how they did it, they went down the basement. They all got together. They lowered the lights. And it was me and about another 4 of my cousins. We were just running around the house, up and down the basement, whatever. And these cats was just down there with my family members, and they all had these syringes, man, and they were doing shit. I knew that shit was wrong. I knew that they had no business doing that as a little 4 or 5 year old, but I didn't know exactly what it was that they was doing, but it resonated with me. When I got older, it just so happened that my father was very strict. I couldn't say what the fuck I wanted to say to him in the manner that I said. If I felt that my father was doing something wrong, I had to use tact. That's basically what it was. You know what I'm saying? I had to check my emotions when I was talking to him. And it was the same thing with my mom. And I think it was just at a point where my father had kind of groomed me anyway, because he didn't want me to be, you know, you get to crying and you're a little kid and you get to crying, your daddy be like, what's wrong with you? And you be whining and he be like, all that whining ain't gonna work. Use your words. My father was that type of a guy.
That's awesome.
Use your words. All that whining shit ain't, I don't understand what the hell you saying. You know what I'm saying? So I had to balance. I remember being a teenager. I was able to tell them if I felt that they were wrong or not, but it was the way that they took control in it, right? Mm-hmm. They didn't want us to be at a point where we just was bottling things up. My father was very adamant about that because he was the type of guy that he just gonna tell you what it is. So he wanted us to be that way too. Mm-hmm. Until, you know, and even, you know, as we got older, I just remember I had to get my ass whooped. I ain't gonna even lie. I said some shit to my father. I was like, I ain't no kid no more. You can't be just sitting back, just, you know, hollering at me. And he was just like, oh, you grown now. And I'm like, well, I ain't no kid. And I didn't even raise my voice. You know how you be like, you go high pitch. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No captivity.
Watch your damn mouth when you talking to me. It was just like before you even get the way I understood it as a point of before you even get too high up in your britches talking to me, watch your tone when you talking to me. But I didn't even say nothing. And it just got to the point where I was just like, man, you just gonna have to whip my ass then. I gotta tell you how I felt. You know what I'm saying? The inner me was like, you want some bullshit. You know, the outer, when it came out, it wasn't that harsh because I knew it would have been worse. But I got hemmed up. And I think I was probably about 17, going on 18 or some shit like that. Mm-hmm. But he still understood because it made him upset that I was like bucking back. He was waiting for it to happen. But when it did happen, he kind of paused a little bit, like, you know, because I was a little bit taller than him. But he was like, you think you can whoop my ass now? I was like, I ain't even say nothing like that.
This one here for the thug.
And I was like, man, you tripping. And when I said that, that's when he hemmed me up, you know, and
hey, JT, this is what he told you. This is what he told you right here.
I'm gonna give you one more time. And you're through. I done gave you too many chances, baby. It ain't no joke.
Hey, that guy that said that he learned that shit from his damn daddy or his mama. Yes. He learned that shit.
I laugh because I had an uncle that's just like that. My uncle, for the most part, he's a nice guy. He always smiling. But when you piss him off, he sounds just like that. I didn't get you too many more chances, baby. You got one more time and you're through.
And you're through.
And you're through. That's crazy.
It's funny, but I'm telling you, that's how my mama was. That's why that shit's so funny to me because when the boy, let me see if I can find it. When the dude said it to when he said it to the dude at his job and he was behind the dude, that shit was so funny, dog. Let me see if I can find it.
He had his hands like this. He was like,
dog, that shit was hilarious, man. For real. Because I know. Dude, go ahead, JT.
No, one my man washing his hands or something, and he was just like, damn, this nigga just checked out on me. Like, he was like, I shouldn't have did that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna act like he ain't talking to me.
I shouldn't have messed with this dude, man. Damn.
I should have left him alone.
Yeah, I should have left him alone, man. Damn, man. Why I even mess with this dude? Here it is right here. Hold on. Here it is.
One more time. Damn, bro. And you're through. One more motherfucking time, you're through, bro. I done gave you too many chances, baby. It ain't no joke. One more time. Damn, bro. And you're through. One more motherfucking time, you're through, bro. I done gave you too many chances, baby. It ain't no joke.
Fucking wall. He wasn't even trying to look at
when you get to throwing your
trying
pumps,
his best not to look at that.
I didn't. Hey, when you do a nigga like that, boy, you ready to get off in some ass, ain't it?
When that nigga started saluting that motherfucking wall, he knew if he turned even an inch to the left, it was a wrap. He knew it.
Dude, like, I'm about to get my ass. He was acting like he was walking away from, like, man, just say something else. Say something else. Who said that? What comedian said? Say something else. Oh, that was Pinky, wasn't it?
It was Pinky.
Pinky?
Yeah, Pinky.
That was Pinky. Say it
Pinky
again.
say something else.
Nigga, what mother.
Dog, you know what Pinky and that dude got that shit from? First off, shout out to Trucker here and shout out to Miss Polly in the building.
No captivity.
You know where they got that shit from? They got that shit from their mama and daddy or whoever raised them.
Yes.
Your mama and your daddy used to tell you that. Say something else. I'll tell you what. Ooh. Say one more thing. Say it again. Say it again. One more. Go ahead. Try me. Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Hey, Freezy,
you big and bad now, huh?
Grade.
You're big and bad now, huh? Yeah. Go ahead.
I was in the 6th grade, bro, and I did the Pinky on the nigga. some nerdy dude. I didn't want to even whoop his ass, but he was talking so much shit. And I was thinking that if I tough talk him, then he gonna back down. But the more times I tell him to say something else, I'm gonna smack the shit out you. He said something else. Nigga, I did the whole nigga.
Cause you gotta make them think you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna try crazy, dog. My mama and my daddy, they used to scare me so bad because I really thought they was crazy. You know the way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That shit really make it believable. But on a serious note, when you raise up under that type of roof, right? And especially if and this is very important. I don't know how religious Chuckayelle grew up and how religious Miss Polly grew up. But especially under a religious roof, when they throw that scripture at you, you need to honor your mother and your father or you're going to cut your days short. I don't care if you think I'm wrong right now. Okay? Who told you to speak? If I'm telling you to be quiet, you need to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What kind of effect do you think should a child always honor thy mother and thy father, Chuckayelle? Chuckayelle, I see, I'm gonna keep you in the back if you want to keep, but I see you on camera. Do you want to come up?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
you
gonna
want?
keep me in the back. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
out
okay.
here looking like Caveman 3000, man. Yeah, I ain't trying to look rough for the ladies. I'm out here caved in up.
Well, what do you
Even at
think about
home,
the
dog.
topic, Trucker? Should a child always honor thy mother and thy father?
Yeah, if they got a mother and a father, if they got a parent, but if
What do you
they
mean
trying to
by
be your
that?
friend, if they a friend more than a parent, go kick rocks. But honestly, it really depends. Like if they really cared about you or not.
Mm-hmm.
Truth be told, what they was teaching you, and was they just taking their frustrations out on you, or was they actually trying to teach you something? You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, people look at giving life now as a burden instead of an honorable and a respectable thing that God blessed you with. So if you got one of them type of parents who was actually trying to make you something and not force you to be something that you're not, shout out to them. But the other ones, you can try. You just got to keep your distance.
That's what
You
I
just
was
got to keep
saying.
your
Yeah,
distance.
keep your distance.
Yeah.
So
You ain't got to be like ultra
you think
disrespectful.
when some parents just say that just to abuse their power, can you even abuse your power with a child when that's your child? I'm saying, is that even possible?
Well, it's the difference. Like what you was talking about. Like when I speak, you shut up. Then you can talk. I'm
Yeah.
like that with my kids. You know what I'm saying? Very kind of like militant, but old school. You know what I'm saying? Look me directly in my eye when you speak to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like what JT was talking about. I don't want to hear none of that mumbling shit. None of that whining shit ain't gonna get you nowhere. I need you to speak up. You know what I'm saying? Speak up.
What
Don't
if
get nowhere.
what if you tell your child, well, this the way I was raised. I was raised when a child such and such, they don't do such and such to their parents, or and what if your child say, well, maybe you was raised wrong? What if a child say that? What if a child has a different way, has grown to see things differently than you was raised, and say, well, daddy, maybe you was raised wrong. You ever thought about that? Do you think that's being rebellious? Do you think that's being rebellious, or do you what do you think about that?
Like if we having a genuine conversation, like man to man, I'm just gonna say my sons, then I'll probably laugh at it. But if you on some disrespectful, you know what I'm saying, cause you mad, and you know what I'm saying, cause people like to talk, they've been holding in a lot of stuff. So when it come out some disrespectful stuff, I'm gonna put you through the glass table like my dad did me.
Oh
Put
shit!
you through the glass table.
Give me up.
Yeah, my dad would. Yeah, my dad. That was
But
the day
hold
my
on,
dad recognized me.
it's to your discretion though on whether you think. See, that's where the parent has the power. It's to your discretion on whether you think it's disrespectful or not, right?
Well, by the tone of your kid's voice. But it's the same thing. You know when your kid is being disrespectful and when your kid is just having a conversation. Like, hey, Dad, let me talk to you for a second. That's a more respectful
That's what
way.
I was saying.
It ain't.
Yeah, that's
You
it's
know what
kind
I'm
of like
saying?
the tact. Yep, it's the
Yeah,
tact
it's
that you
more of a
have.
respectful way.
My father respected that more, that I came to him with the respect. And I told him, like, my father used to have a landscaping business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this nigga used to give us motherfucking slave wages. I hated the way that nigga paid us. I hated
$1
when
an
Friday
hour?
came because I knew he was about to just give us some old bullshit ass pay, right? And you know, I was just like, I ain't having this shit no more. Fuck all this shit, man. This nigga been working the shit out of us, and he out here giving us $50, $100 damn dollars. This is some bullshit, right? So
Wait,
I couldn't
$50,
come to him and be
$100
like,
at
that's
what?
some
At what
bullshit.
age? Wait. At what age was he? What was he talking
Shit,
about?
probably
7,
I was
8?
probably about 13, 14 years old.
Oh, nigga, you
You
was
know,
winning.
Yeah, you was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you was
I
winning.
was, but
you was rich.
he had to let me know I was winning. So, but I'm like, shit, this some bullshit, right? So I came to him. I was just like, boss, we need to talk about this money that you about to get. You like, what? You don't want it? I was like, nah, it's not that. I'm like, but you know, we did so many jobs, and I was expecting this amount of money. But you keep giving this amount of money right here, right? So he's listening. And I was just like, he was like, so how much do you think I should pay you? I didn't think he was going to ask me that. So I was just like, I more than this. He said, give me an amount. So I'm steady like, I don't know. And then I told him, I said, at least 200. He started laughing. I was like, damn, he just gonna laugh in my face like that? And you know, and it made me mad. I was like, but it ain't funny though. And he was like, what you mean it ain't funny? Who you think you first? That was how he did it.
Yeah.
Who you think you talking to? Right? He said, now I had this conversation with you, but you're not gonna disrespect me. It's like he was heading that shit all the way off. Because if you see how kids talk to their parents now, you see why parents back then actually headed that shit off. He gave me a little more money because I still had the respect for him, and he gave me a little bit more money. But he also let me know, you ain't paying no rent. I'm like, I'm 13. He's like, so still, you're not paying no rent. You ain't got to buy no school clothes. You ain't got to buy this. You ain't got to do this. I'm taking care of you all the way around. You ain't got to worry about no food, none of that. You're helping the family. That's what resonated with me. You're helping the family. I ain't never asked you for no money. I ain't never asked you to do whatever. You're helping the family get better. And when he said that, man, it was just dope as hell when I got older to actually grasp onto that. He had respected me to the point where I was just like, okay, now I know what it was. He respected me as a child. He was one of those parents that was like, stay in a child's place. So he let me be a child. Well, a lot of my friends, a lot of my friends didn't. Their parents didn't respect them as a child. About time they were 13, 14 years old, they was out there in them streets hustling. Their parents was working too damn much, or they were out in the street. So they had to survive and get their own shit.
But see,
I didn't have
JT,
to
that's
deal with
funny.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
That's fun. That's funny because, you know, like my son, when I take him on, you know, I was paying my son like, you know, like he was getting like 2,000 before school ends, right? Because I would pay him weekly, you know what I'm saying, when he riding the truck with me, stuff like that. But now it's to the point where this fool, I didn't even like it. I just found this fool got he work at the damn gas station.
Wow.
He getting paid under the table. You know what I'm saying? Like he making his own money now. And I'm like, well, shit. Trying to eat gummy.
Let me get Miss Polly into the conversation. How you doing, Miss Polly?
No, this is not.
I don't know how much you've been absorbing in the conversation, but I know the main question is, let's start with this. Do you think that a child should always honor thy mother and thy father at all times.
I think there should be a level of respect that's not ever crossed,
Mm-hmm.
but if someone is abusing their authority, then I obviously you speak up, but still have that respect for them. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think that should be there, because my son, I've had both of them work for me, but one of them, he works for me now. And, sometimes, I'd be like, this man's wild. So, but then, we'll even have conversations sometimes where he'll be like, are you talking to me as my mom? Are you talking to me as your employee?
What?
It's the
Wait
boss.
a minute.
Yeah, he want to know.
And so, yeah, because there's times I'm looking at him, and I'm like, I'm gonna need you to go do this. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you right now as my son. I'm talking to you like I'm going to fire you if you keep fucking with me. Like that.
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
He should recognize that. My
But
son.
when we're young, though, you get benefits obviously to some degree. I don't really want benefits, but even benefits of like getting extra hours or coming in, you might get the first dips on some things. So it's like when you're gonna get that regardless. Like, oh, you're gonna come in a little early or something like that. Or we try to respect that they're still an employee. And I still have to, hey, I'll tell him like, say no. If it's too much work, say no. And like, I'm your mom, but I'm also making sure you can do whatever you have to do. So like if it's too much work or something, or you don't think you're being compensated enough, you still have to speak up. Because that's who you as a person, you're training with me to go out there where nobody really gives a fuck about you.
You ever notice some employees, that's a good point you just made. Some employees, when they're on the job, they never speak up. They don't want to piss the boss off. They don't want to ask for a raise. They just going to take whatever is given to them because they don't want to ruffle any feathers. They just want to keep their job. That's it.
Yeah, and I tell my employees that there's some young ones here,
Stop trying to figure out a way
and
to
I
say it
and I
that night.
tell them I
Good
tell them
night,
like,
son.
don't. I said no, like you're worth more than that, or I'll tell them like I'm not trying to say it as I'm saying it as a parent. I was like, I think you're doing too much, not getting paid, or hey, do less. And I know it sounds bad, but I have to tell them that because they're children, they're still
Right.
learning. So I don't want them to get burnt out, and they don't know what burnt out feels like, and they're 16.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Nah, I
I do
tell them
that.
get paid, y'all nigga, get paid. Get paid, y'all
Oh
nigga,
shit.
get paid. I be all about get
Okay.
nigga. That's how I be like, get your money, son. I feel you, son.
I'm gonna get off. I just wanted to say that when I get home, I'll let y'all converse more. Okay.
Okay, sis. Thank you. I appreciate you. So we know that I should have brought it up. I'll bring it up right here. We know that black
It's a good
parents.
topic though.
Here it is. We finna segue. Well, we're gonna stay on the same topic, but I want to bring up another point. We know that black parents pride themselves that they don't raise. Well, I don't know how it is with this new generation, but the way black parents used to be, especially the baby boomers, they used to pride themselves that they weren't like white parents. Like, little Timmy used to get his way in the grocery store. It was the notion for a long time that the white kids got to express themselves in the household, and the mother and father really wasn't dishing out ass whippings like that. And they used to sit at the table at their dinner time, and the kids used to tell the parents about their day and all that kind of leave it to beaver type stuff, right? Sometimes we've seen it be on a more of extreme level, right? Like this clip that I'm about to show y'all right here.
Oh Lord.
I don't know if y'all remember this kid, but
I remember that
I
little
remember this
bastard.
dude.
What's the fine line? What's the fine line between, hey man, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear your mouth. Don't challenge me right now. Oh, and a parent being this patient. What about this? Here we go.
feel? How does it feel to be told to?
So
Yeah, Freezy. See this. Listen. You about to make me catch a case, and ain't even my goddamn kid. I even no, nah. That first off, that ain't the first time that kid did that. Let's just put that out there now. But the fact that he even, bro, even the way my mom did me growing up, I couldn't. I was raised with manners, man. Like disrespecting your elders like that, especially your parents like that, and then smack like literally put some powder in your hand and smack them in the mouth. How does that feel, man? Listen, I got jumped. Y'all understand? My grandparents would jump my ass. Okay, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like nah.
well, the kid in the video was saying he wants to express himself, and he was trying to get his mom to see, how does it feel? This is how you do me, mom. How does it feel? So the kid, his point was, you know, I should be able to express myself. Don't tell me to shut up. Don't tell me to shut up. The route he took was a little extreme. Well, not a little extreme. I'm just trying to be politically correct, but you know, he slapped his mom. Where's the fine line?
The Kevin Hart.
You should. So I think all of us agree that it is healthy for parents to allow their children to express themselves, even if it disagrees with what the parent is saying at the time or the parent's train of thought, right? It is healthy to allow the children to express themselves because it can broaden their intellect. It can exercise their intellect, right? It can show them how to have conversations, intuitive conversations. But in this incident, as we see, the mother, I don't know if it was just for the show where she didn't just want to haul off and knock his ass out, but it seems like she was trying to show a level of patience with her son, even though he hit her. We know that it should not get to that point where a child actually gets physical with their parent. Where is this fine line to where your child won't end up like doing that to you? But you still want to allow your child to express themselves, though.
Starts with you.
Okay, so everybody know I whoop ass. I discipline my kids, right?
Right. Which a lot of people on YouTube would disagree with you in this space. You do know that, right?
Of
They've
course.
had conversations about
I know.
Okay.
I know. But see, I always have conversations of why I discipline my kids, though, with them. I don't do what everybody else do. Take their frustrations out on their kids. Don't tell them why they whooping their kids' ass or none of that shit. We have conversations. Like, I talked to my kid, like, last night. I'll give you another example. Last night, I told my son and my daughter, you know what I'm saying, hey, clean up the kitchen, clean up the living room before y'all go to bed. Now, I fell asleep. I wake up, the wives wake me up. It's 2:30, it's 3 o'clock in the damn morning. I didn't get mad about it. I didn't flip out. I just yanked their asses up out of the bed, told them to clean that shit up. At 3-something in the morning. 4 o'clock, even after they got done, I sat down and had a conversation with them. It's all about communication. It's all about, you know what I'm saying, all of that.
So it's all about communication. The child was communicating. This boy was communicating with his mother just then.
Yeah, but see, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you.
That was a controlled environment for one. That was you had directors and producers all in the middle of that shit. They were, you know, telling the mom, "This is your son's gonna come in here and he's gonna, you know, express to you how he feels, how you were treating him, and all these different things." Because you got to remember, the boy was crying too, right? So when he was talking, he kept saying, "How does that feel when you tell me to shut up? How does that feel?" And he slapped her, right? Because he knew that the consequences were not actually going to be activated when it comes down to her putting, laying the hammer back down on him. However, it was definitely, it started with her, that whole thing. And the reason being, I'm saying as this, it is not wise for women to physically discipline their children, especially if they're boys. We see what the problem is right now. It should always come through the father. It should always come through the father. This is why we have a problem, like in the Black community. We all speak on who? Big Mama, our mama. Very few of us had to deal with father. You know why? Because he didn't have to do it all the goddamn time.
That's a
It
fact.
was the inflection, reflection of his voice, the bass of his voice, the way, the consequences, like what Trucker said. I snatched their ass up out of there 3 o'clock in the morning, had them to wash them damn dishes. And then even after that, I sat down and I started talking to them. White people like to call it a lecture. That's way more painful than an ass whooping. Just whip my ass and send me back to bed is what they were probably thinking. This nigga done made me wash these damn dishes, and he sat down and talked to me, and I'm trying to get back to sleep. Was this on a school night?
Hell yeah. And they had to go to school too.
And they had to go to
They ass
school.
went to school. Yep.
That's
I was
what you
up
call
early in the morning,
consequence.
5 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Since, people always say I don't take care of my kids. But 5 in the morning, you know what I'm saying? Getting the kids ready for school and all that. Doing my daughter's hair, oil in her hair, all of that. While the
They
ladies
look
sleeping
at the
in bed.
difference. They look at that type of discipline a lot different because they knew they were wrong, right? As a kid.
Mm-hmm.
We know a lot. Those kids knew that they were wrong. And they figured, damn, we didn't get away with it. So if he tell us to do it again and we don't do it, we already know what's coming down the pipeline.
So
and I don't want that shit to happen again.
Are you saying this white kid, probably got away with a lot of shit? In his
no
household?
consequences.
Oh, absolutely.
The shit was
absolutely.
Those consequences were nowhere where he can feel the consequences, and she probably was wrong. Like, kids know when you're wrong and when you're not. We don't give kids that type of respect to know that they know what's right and what's wrong. When we instill some shit into a kid, they know what's right or what's wrong at a very early age. You've seen some 3-year-olds done did some shit and they looked around like, I know I'm about to get in trouble. They get caught. They be like, they start pouting because they knew that they were in trouble. They just did it because they're kids. You ask them why they did it. What's the number one answer? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. No, it's that.
Then consequence come down. Consequence should always be father. We just do it a different way. We kind of like assholes with it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got no emotions with it. Whoop that ass. I remember my father. He scheduled an ass whooping. He was downstairs playing chess, smoking weed with his friend. Damn, hold on. I'll be right back.
Man, I was the worst goddamn.
That boy's gonna whoop his ass. Let me get this shit out the way right quick.
That shit used to be punishment. I fuck up at school, get home, and grandma be like, your dad on the way to whoop your ass, right? Then my dad show up. Grandma said, can you make me a plate of dinner? Yeah, I need enough energy to whoop his ass. I be go upstairs, so I'm sitting there. I be upstairs panicking like a motherfucker.
Hey, you hoping they forgot? You hoping they forgot that ass whipping like that? Okay.
Y'all play chess? Do y'all play chess?
Oh my god!
You know what a nigga be sitting there thinking?
Oh my god!
Yeah, nigga be thinking. He be. Oh, hold on for a minute, man. I'll be right back. Let me.
Bro, man, I be coming down the steps trying to hear if he gonna walk out the door and shit. Just praying, and then I'll be like, oh, I'm off the hook, and then he'll show up in the next 10 minutes and wear my ass out. I'll be like,
listen, I'm gonna tell you, and them be the worst ass whip because they done blamed you for interrupting what they had to do, even though they scheduled the ass whipping.
Wait. Hold on. I thought my father had forgot, right? I thought he forgot. About 2 weeks to pass, I'm on punishment. Maybe he don't remember I'm on punishment. I went down there and said, Dad, can I go outside? That nigga said, hell no. As a matter of fact, I owe you an ass whooping.
Man, listen, I be doing that. Hey, but Freezy, I ain't innocent, dog, because I be doing that to my sons too. I be over the road. I be like, so you fuck? All right, bet. Remember, I'm whooping your ass as soon as I get home. About a week or two later, I get home. He be thinking everything's safe. I come out the room. What motherfucker? I told your motherfucker. No, remember I told you 2 weeks ago, motherfucker. Did I tell you to respect your mom? But no. I heard the Tony. I heard what you were saying on the phone. You think I need to hear that conversation?
Dog, when I used to get did like that, I used to be like, you still mad about that shit? That shit was a week ago. God damn.
Right. What? Can we just get along? Shit. I changed my ways.
Let me ask y'all this.
I ain't gonna do it no more.
Let me ask y'all this. Before I go, the shit be awkward because the parent done forgot to whoop your ass. Prior to that, y'all could have been having a good conversation. Like, what happened in school today?
Great conversation.
Then they get quiet. And they remember. Hold on.
Crazy.
You know what?
My daughter.
I remember that.
My daughter saved my son, my oldest son, one time. She was like, "Daddy, please don't get on him. Don't get on him." I'm like, "What?" She's like, Don't do it. Don't do it, Dad. Leave me alone. Don't do it." I'm like, I said, all right. I said, but you better thank your sister right now because she saved your ass.
That's where it gets to the point where it's not like now, man. I think parents are way more abusive with their kids. You know what I'm saying?
You think so?
Yeah, I think so because I think it's more women that put their hands on their kids. I just don't like the fact that you have women because they beat their kids. Like even like with my mom when she did discipline, my father had to tell her.
JT, so you think women are more physically they hand down more physical punishment than men do? Nowadays?
Absolutely.
Well, it's not
man.
They
hitting their kids with all kind of shit, man, and they're angry when they do it, right? Then on top of that, they're calling their kids out of their name, you little bitch, or a little nigga. Stuff like that, man. It's like, nah, it's not discipline. It's kind of like revenge. You know what I'm saying? I'm because you hear I've heard mothers say way more violent shit to their kids than I've ever heard any man say it. Like I've heard women. I know y'all heard women say, "I'ma fuck you up."
Oh like, yeah.
Damn. They would tell their kids that, "I'ma fuck you up."
Man,
or they like, "Nigga, wait till I."
I done heard women say, "I'ma kill your ass."
I'ma kill you.
I'ma kill your ass. When I
they
get home,
say kill with an L. They say, "I'ma kill your ass."
It's like if you really look at it, Freezy, since 2020, a lot of kids has been deleted. You realize that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. And most of the time, when a lot of mothers do, they don't know how to it's like they can't really deal with the choices they made for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like one point in time, you was saying you don't need no father, this, that, and the third, and he ain't shit, and you made it hard for that man. And now when he finally give you, respect your answer, and he step away, now your kid gets to a certain age, they don't know how to deal with it. So what do they normally do? When a kid kind of mimics something similar to, to that man or look, it's fucked up. Like I think the number one thing that I've noticed, like if you look at the situations of when the father actually wins custody of the kid, you notice the kids never make it to the father.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
The mother kills him.
They normally deletes the kids. Yeah.
You talking about the child is born and everything? The child is already a living soul and everything?
Yeah. Yes. That's the thing that they don't talk about.
Last year I seen on the news 3 cases where father won custody over his kids and the mother deleted the kids.
Yeah.
3
One
cases
mother's
last year. I
ass.
know it's a couple of cases this year too.
Man, I ain't never heard of
Bro,
that, dog. I'm telling you.
it's bad. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's really bad. Like I know it'd be like some dudes out here doing some things, but it's really bad on the
Mhm.
mama side. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like there was one
They just
case
had a
where like
case.
just a recent case where I was talking about. They call it the miracle baby. You can look that shit up right now. A mother during when the hurricane was going on,
Mhm.
right? A mother dropped her kids off during the hurricane in another state, left the motherfucking kids, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, a 16-month-old baby, um, at a park. Just left them there. The 4-year-old drowned in the water, but the 16-month-old baby actually survived for them 2 days.
I-
The only reason that baby was even found is because a truck driver found that baby on I-10. The truck driver pulled over and the baby popped up. He said the baby popped up and started smiling. They found the mother in another state. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So a lot of that shit is going on. A lot of them not they a lot of them it's showing like a lot of them can't really deal with the consequences that they put for themselves. You know what I'm saying? They can sit here and say, I don't need no father ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the father may be shit, but you chose that option. You chose that option. And now you got to deal with the consequences behind it, and you can't deal with it. So now you taking it out on these kids. You know what I'm saying? Whooping their asses for fucking an hour. That shit is ridiculous.
So let
I think
me
since
go ahead, JT. Go
okay,
ahead. I'm gonna ask a
no,
question.
I think since Frieda, I know you. I think you probably know the story about the woman that killed both her kids and 2 of her kids and put them in a freezer. It was in Detroit, here in Detroit.
Oh, I
Oh,
remember that.
you never heard of that one?
No.
Man,
I heard it. Yeah, I heard that one.
So they even got that. I think it was on Snap or whatever it is on the ID channel. They got her on that. But if you see this story, man, do you know that she so it was a girl and it was a boy. She had 4 kids. She had an older daughter, she had 2 middle children, then she had a baby boy. Had all of them, all different men. The 2 children she killed the one, was it the girl first? I think she killed the girl. Her whole thing she killed the girl, put her in the freezer, had her oldest daughter help her put these kids in the freezer. She was saying that they had abused the baby boy. That never happened, but she made the baby boy say, yeah, that happened. And she killed him on 2 different occasions, both of them in a freezer. Do you know she was blaming their fathers for what happened to them? Not blame them like they killed them. She was saying because they wasn't in their lives. And, she blamed the kids. They made her kill them or delete them. I'm sorry. She blamed the fathers. When one of the fathers was trying to come and get his kids, they were already dead. I think it was like for a year. They were in the freezer for like a year or 2 years. That shit was crazy. Look that story up, bro. You gonna see that was one of many that year. That wasn't even the only one that year. That was one of many. You had another one where a woman had put her child and a baby in a microwave.
Okay, I heard
Another
that.
one. Yeah, you had another one that she sat back and smothered her child and tried to make it seem like somebody broke in the house. This is all in it's like, I'm like, damn, how all of this stuff happen? And one of the things is that
the one that took me out from last year, was the mother and the daughter chopped up the grandmother, put her on the grill.
Yeah.
That one was like, God, man, what in the what?
They had to be
Like
white.
I heard of the 2 women who left. One woman left a 6-year-old
they were black.
and an 8-year-old at
For
home and went on
real?
vacation because she didn't want to cancel the girls trip. and then the other woman child, actually the 16, she actually left her 16-month-old baby at home, um, and took a vacation, took a cruise, or went to Port. I think it was took a cruise and went to Puerto Rico, or something like that.
Mexico. I
Mexico
think
or
it was
something like that.
Mexico.
And
Yeah.
and I was like, what the? I'm like, what? And come to
That just
find out,
happened. Wasn't that last year? This year?
that happened last year. Was it this year or
That just
last year?
happened. Yeah.
Damn, man, dude,
So
listen, you can see these cases, man. Like there's another one. A woman threw her kids over one kid over the bridge. That one, and then drove 100 miles per hour into a tree.
mm-hmm.
That was that one. I mean, it's so many of these stories, man.
So let me ask y'all this. That scripture that we so often heard when we was kids, honor thy mother and thy father, so your days will be long, or if you don't, you'll cut your days short.
Mm-hmm.
Who do y'all think actually uses that scripture to their kids the most? Who do you think? What
Mothers.
parent? Huh?
Mothers.
You talking about like actually living?
No,
That's-
say
they
it.
use it
Who
towards
actually
their
recite?
kids.
Who says it to their kids?
Mothers.
The
Oh,
mothers.
definitely the mothers.
Mothers.
Okay. We know at the end, very end of the scripture it says, "Oh, your days will be cut short."
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times women, the parent that uses it, they will use it they will weaponize it just to scare their child, or put fear in their child, right? If you talk back to me, if you challenge me, your days will get cut short. And you guys said you guys think that mothers actually use it more than the fathers. Why do you think? Because both parents can use it freely if they want to. Why do y'all think mothers grab hold? Why do you think they cling to that scripture more so and tell that scripture to their children more than the men do? Why do y'all think that?
It's a fear tactic. I'm gonna be honest. It's a fear tactic. It's for the boys, so they're like, you got grown ass men right now that hold on. That's literally a lot of these dudes is literally taking themselves out, and they holding a lot of stuff in. They just don't say it to their mom because they don't want to. You know what I'm saying? That's how they was brought up. When I mean, like, you ever see the situation where the son actually went and got a DNA test, and the mama felt some type of way about it. He was a grown ass man.
Yeah, I seen that.
And he told his dad. You saw that, right? You see her reaction? Why you telling?
Kurt Franklin went through that, didn't he? Older.
Yeah.
Older. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fear tactic.
Tyler Perry too.
You know what I'm saying? So when your son come to you and tell you, yo, you dirty as hell. That's not my father. You ain't got no choice but to deal with that. You gotta face yourself for real. You can sit here and ignore other men, but when your own kid come to you with some real truth like that, you can't run from it. And a lot of women, when their sons come to them face to face, they can't handle that shit. Point blank.
I think it might be a situation where more women use that scripture, honor thy mother and thy father, or your days will get cut short. I think a lot of women use that scripture to their advantage because if there was the men have more of a commanding presence. Children are usually innately have more fear of their father because the father has more brute strength, and they just don't want their father to click. And it's just gonna hurt worse if the father have to get on that ass. So I think children are more just naturally more likely to listen to the father or obey their father than the mother. So mothers have to offset that by or compensate that by using more psychological fear tactics, because women aren't as strong as men, so they have to kind of use more psychological fear tactics with their kids. I think that's one of them, that Bible scripture.
But that's messed
always,
up, Freezy.
Yeah.
That's messed up, dog. That's almost like a cycle. That's
But there's
messed up,
another.
man.
But there's another dynamic to that though. With fathers is that there's no problem with a father with, for the most part, telling their kids that I did some fucked up shit. Fathers will, at some point, they will take on accountability at some level where it comes down to I did something wrong, right? And then fathers will also use some form of logic. That's why you can have a father that's out in them streets and he can tell his son, you can't be out here. That ain't what you about to do. I know you see me out in this mug doing this right here, but I'm doing this so you don't have to do it. Or you will have a father in prison, and as he gets, more, especially if he had to do a bid, he like, damn, I got my mom, I got my son out there. I need to find out what's going on with him because I fucked up, and he ain't got a problem with saying I fucked up. Have you ever seen the movie South Central?
Yeah.
Remember
that's
Ray
my
Ray?
joint.
Remember
You
that
talking about
shit?
the little boy that got hit in the back with the shotgun, right?
Yep, his son. He was out there. He was out there. He was Hoover Deuce, wasn't he?
Yeah, he Hoover Deuce. Yeah.
Hoover Deuce. And he was out there in those streets. And he fucked around, did a bid for what, wasn't it a murder he went to prison for?
Mm-hmm.
And he like, damn, I screwed up. My damn son is growing up without me. And them streets gonna get him. His mama on drugs. Then the only one, I thought my homeboy, who was that dude, Ray Ray? Hell, Ray Ray. He thought Ray Ray was his man's. What Ray Ray do? Turned his son out there, put him out there in them streets.
Right.
And the thing was that when he got out of prison, he didn't have no type of dominion over his son. His son in them streets, the woman that he had the baby with, she was a drug head and a prostitute. Couldn't do nothing with that, but that was the only place he can go back to at that time. So he out here trying to save his son. And I mean, it really didn't end in a promising way. It was kind of fucked up how it still ended. But his son got shot in the back. Could have died. Yep.
Yeah,
So that's it right there. Central. So he was telling his son, what I did was wrong. I apologize. The son mama never went to prison, did she? She was free and everything else. She didn't give a fuck about what happened to that baby, did she? He was going in and out the house. She was always high, laying in the bed. She never told that boy anything on how to get his life together because she wasn't trying to get her life together. She fussed and cussed at him. That was the most he even had interaction with his mama. She didn't even make sure that the boy had food. Remember when they showed in the refrigerator? Had I think it was like a can of pork and beans or something.
Matter of fact, now that I think about it, if I'm right, because I remember watching that as a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't even nurse him back to health.
No, didn't even nurse him back to health. Nope.
After he got hit with the shotgun, because that was when I think that was the
trying to
turning
rob
point
somebody
for the father. Yeah, I think that was the turning point for the father when he realized my son just got hit in the back with a shotgun. There ain't, and I'm locked up. It ain't.
And I'm locked up. It ain't nothing I can do for him.
That was the turning point. That's when he started realizing. Because I remember he was getting ready to do something, and the one guy came in and stopped him from handling, doing something.
The Muslim dude. The Muslim dude. Yeah. But that was
I remember that.
So when you look at that, that was just a microcosm of at some point men will take on accountability and responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And mothers won't. So mothers, the only thing they do have with their kids, because by the time that child is about 14, he telling her kick rocks. You can't tell me shit, especially if it's a boy and he's bigger than her. It just got every generation, it got worse and worse and worse now. Now, if it's a girl, if that girl looks at her mama and be like, you just mad because I look better than you, which is the case in most of these cases now with a lot of these single moms, they beefing with their daughter. Why are you out here dressing like I'm dressing? Why are you out here trying to, be my friend? and they end up beefing with their mom because the mom was always trying to be their friend and not be a parent. That's why they
That's a
have a
fact.
problem with them. And it's funny because you will see on the surface, like when you see these women hanging out, they be like, can you believe that that's my daughter? Don't we look like twins? That's why I don't like that shit when motherfuckers be calling themselves twin. They get that shit from them women. They say twin to their daughter. No, you ain't no damn twin. She is because of you. She comes from you. That ain't no damn twin. A twin is siblings. That's where the problem is. So guess what happens? Mama ain't never took on accountability herself. She starts to parent with guilt. The guilt gets so bad with her because she starts to see it in the quality of her children. And then they start to rebel against her. And then in the rebellion, she tries to cut that shit short by saying, I'm still your mama. And especially if she in church, she ain't been going to church for about 6 weeks though. That's all. She just changed over. And what did she do? Use that scripture. But didn't it say your days will be long?
Yeah,
Freezy?
If you do honor your mother and father, your days will be long. If you don't, your days will be cut short. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I was saying, when we talk about honor, what are we talking about? Because if your parents taught you how to dishonor them, then what are we talking about?
Well,
I don't.
what do you?
You know what I'm saying?
What do
You
you
got
expect?
parents that teaches their children to dishonor them. If my mama, if I see my mama with, and I done seen her by the time I'm 5, 6 years old with about 7 niggas that done came in and out the damn house, and her whole thing in the morning time to the afternoon is being with a camera like this and showing her ass and twerking. And all she do is drink and smoke weed, and she's doing that shit in front of me. How do I know how to honor her?
Ooh,
And
JT.
all I hear is fuck, pussy, and all this crazy ass shit, kill, all this crazy ass shit. This is her lifestyle that she has induced me in. And every Friday, I'm at some strange ass woman's house because she got to go out to the fucking club. How I supposed to honor that? How that look? How does honor look in that sense? Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. No, that's
No.
Go. You
You
about
know
to say
what?
something, Chucky? Yeah.
Let me answer this question. So Travel One asks, so explain why young children pass away in various accidents or illnesses. I'll give you one. When a mama sitting in a damn car smoking it up with a 6-month-old baby in the passenger seat. That's one way. With the windows rolled up. That shit is fucking annoying.
And they do it a lot.
That shit is that shit is crazy.
Well, here's the thing, right? Unless somebody can actually refute the stats, in most single parent households, the courts award custody mostly to the women. A lot of these kids are growing up in single mom raised households. So that's just an easy question to answer, Travel One. As far as like what environment these kids mostly are raised up under, right? Not whether the father could have been there or not. That wasn't the question. That I'm just answering your question. Where most of these kids, especially in these urban neighborhoods, what kind of households they've been raised up under? Well, most of the single parent households are female led or woman led, right? So, but I want to say JT made a good point as far as the mother, right, or the father. I'm just going to add the father in there too. They're telling the child that the child needs to honor them, but the things that you're doing as a parent are not honorable. And this is where the phrase comes in: do as I say and not as I do. Right? So we have a lot of that going on. I had a lot of that going on as a kid. I don't think a child knows what honor is in that type of situation. I think a child is defining honor the way the parent is showing it to them. You know what I'm saying? So, but as long as the child doesn't speak against the parent or speak against what the parent is doing, that's a form of honoring your parent, especially in urban communities or whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the reason why I felt like you brought up a good point, JT, is that honoring your mother and father when you stay in a child's place and you don't you don't express your disapproval of what your parent is doing, is that basically staying in a child's place is that honoring your parents? I think I thought that was a very good scenario, that situation that you just brought up. I want to examine that. Is that honoring your parents when the child say, I'm not going to say nothing to my mom or dad, whatever the case may be? You know, what they doing, it don't look right. I watched it on TV. I know that's not a good thing. But my parents don't want me to challenge them. They don't want me to talk back to them, so I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to honor my parents. Is that honoring your mother and father?
I think from the understanding that you have, like when you know better, you end up doing better. I think it what happens is that, I mean, you have no choice, but man, it's really messed up, because I've seen some of the most hideous things I never thought I'd be able to see during this time right now. When you see these parents now, oh man, it's for me, I have no choice but to honor my parents, right? And I've, like, now, bro, I'm older, where like I'm at the age now where my mom, she actually listens to me a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it's just because, you know, the proof is in the pudding when it comes down to it. My mother is 24 years older than I am. My father passed away, so, you know, I've been groomed to be, you know, the protector, the provider, and all these different things. That even comes down to my mom. So she would say some things that I don't agree with, and we would get into heated arguments. But it's not so heated where we don't like it. It's like we understand the boundaries. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know the boundaries that it take for me and my mom. I would never call my mother out of her name. I would never tell my mother, I hate you. It's just a lot of things I won't. Will I tell her how I feel about what it is that she said or did? Absolutely. And I'll be ready for the smoke. But I think that is honor also. I think that when a child can tell their parents right from wrong, I think that when your parents honor you, they will give you space to be to develop being a adult, right? We're supposed to raise our kids to be adults, not our kids to stay kids. We're supposed to be, you want your child to be smarter than you, right? How you going to do that if you keep them, you know what I'm saying? If you keep them stumped or you keep them contained, how you do that? So your child, you have to be able to develop them and guide them into adulthood, not to keep them as children. And I think most people, they took that scripture the wrong way, and they don't understand that your child is also supposed to be raised to be growing to be stronger, even wiser, even more of a protector, because you eventually will be weak, weary, and before you die. So why wouldn't you invest that into your children so they can be stronger, so they can be able to also guide you? Because guess what we end up doing, Freezy? Reverting back into being a infant. I ain't never seen somebody that was 103 years old and they still out there working and lifting a whole bunch of shit. You ain't never seen a 113-year-old person doing that. You ain't never seen an 80-year-old that's out here living like they were when they were 50, because we get weak. We get weary. We're supposed to be able to transfer knowledge and wisdom to our children. Most parents don't do it.
You just said something significant though in the course of your dialogue. You said parents should honor their kids too.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like? So when we go to that scripture, honor thy mother and thy father, right? God had gave the parents instructions on following the law, statutes, and commandments. Is honoring thy mother and thy father under the pretense that your mother and father is honoring God?
Ooh.
Say that again?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
JT said there's a way a parent can honor their kids by being an exemplary parent. So when JT said that, he made me think, like in the Bible, when the Bible say honor thy mother and thy father, or your days would, or your days would be cut short. What kind of mother and father was the Most High talking about? Was God talking about? Was he talking about parents that actually live righteously under the moniker of the obedience of God? Are these the type of parents that God was saying honor?
Absolutely.
And what about this? Even if you don't, now y'all got my mind thinking, even if when you get older or when you was a child, if you know better, if you learn the Bible yourself as a child, even if your mother and father is doing bad, doing wrong, like let's just say you turn 18 and you move out of your mother and father house, but you start knowing better in life, you start understanding what God wants out of you and everything. Is that still a way, even though you disagree with your mother and father's lifestyle, can you still honor your mother and father by you doing the right things in life? You being an example of what a human being should be, right, out in society? Just by default, is that honoring your mother and father? Does honoring your mother, father only translate is you just doing what they say no matter what?
That's where I was getting to when I asked that question, Freezy. What does it look like to honor mother and father? Is to do better. Is to be. How many kids do you know that had their parents living with them? Right? Mm-hmm. Parents probably still on drugs, still trying to get, but the parent is living with their child, right? He's living or she's living with their child. Look at Kevin Hart. What did he do with his father? Father was on drugs. Man, his father was on drugs. He was a senior citizen and he was still on drugs. When Kevin Hart was famous, his father was still out there in the streets, right? Mm-hmm. He made a joke about it and actually got him rich by putting the joke, all right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I remember that was one of his biggest jokes that he had, but the joke came from pain. Mm-hmm. But what did he do once he got a stardom? He had his father's last, I think, 7 years. Kevin Hart had him living with him, being a grandfather. He honored his father, even though his father didn't always do right by him. He still honored his father by being the best man that he possibly could. And once he got into the position where he said, well, listen, I'm about to go ahead because his mama ain't here no more. She died. He like, well, I still got a parent here. And even though that man didn't do right by me and my brother, hold on. Let's try to help him right his wrongs. And that's basically what he did. Did he know what the outcome was going to be? No. But that was what the honor was. His father, his last, I think, 7 years, he was living with Kevin. He got him money and all kind of shit. Look what happened with Keisha Cole. She still tried to honor her mama until her mother died. Keisha wasn't trying to argue with her. Now watch the flip side. Keisha had a sister named Neffy. Neffy and her mama was like sisters. They were about 14 years apart. And you saw them calling each other out each other's names and all kind of crazy ass shit. But they stayed the closest to each other. So when we're talking about this whole thing of honor, I think what that means is that you have to delineate. Sometimes you have to probably move away from your parents when you can get a chance to. So maybe you can come back to them or whatever it is. But to dishonor them, call them out of their name, do the same things that they did to you, right? Or get your revenge. What comes out of that? Normally it's death. Normally it's death. To disrespect your parents is, I use the term disrespect.
But
I
JT,
think it is.
Look where you going with it though. You connecting the dots right now, right? You connecting the dots because your days will be cut short, right? Is that really about just doing what your parents say do no matter what, or just keeping quiet no matter what, even if your parents is out there prostituting, selling dope or whatever, it don't matter. Does it mean that? Or does it mean if you challenge that, you will die soon? Or if your parents have taught you the ways of the Lord, if you don't do the ways of if you don't do what you was taught, what was expected of your parents, you will cut your days short, because guess what? You're being disobedient with the way with what's in line with God. And now being that you're being disobedient, now you might cut your days short. Is that the correct meaning of that scripture?
We have to explore it. That's what I'm saying. We have to talk it through, because that's where I'm like,
not just simply if you know your mama wrong, or you know your daddy wrong about some shit, or they doing wrong, or they doing something wrong, and you challenge them and say, hey, that's wrong what you doing. I don't think you should be doing that. No. And then they say, no, shut up. But you don't shut up, and you say, no, I know that's wrong though. Will your days necessarily be cut short when you actually telling your parents right? And
because you can do something and you can be forceful through love, right? Kurt Franklin, his mom told this man, he had this man hate a man that wasn't even his father. They went and got a DNA test. The DNA test showed that this man wasn't even Kurt Franklin's father. He showed his mother the results. And do you know that she still said those results are wrong?
Yeah, the sister was trying to back it up, and he was like, "Man, cut the shit." He slapped. That was the first time I ever seen Kurt Franklin.
Right.
The nigga he threw the chair all in the window. He was because it was like you lied like even before he even got out the car. Right?
Yeah.
Remember that part before he got out the car?
The auntie told him that she had slapped the shit out of him.
Yeah, I should slap you, and you know better, and all this other, and trying to make him feel guilty about it.
They were trying to use that on him, Freezy. They were trying to use the honor mom. No matter what she do, you should honor her. They were trying to use that on him.
Oh, on Kurt Franklin, sure was. Yeah, you're right. And see, that go right along with. That make a lot of sense, because Kurt Franklin is in the church, so they felt like that would work on Kurt Franklin.
Isn't he a minister or
he's like a minister, and he's a minister of music too, per se. What they say,
the minister of music, yes.
Yeah. Hey, Freezy, are you allowed to play that scene?
Yeah, I can play.
People can see what we talking about.
I played the Dr. Phil. Yeah.
When he pulled up, I thought the aunt was gonna be like, you know what I'm saying, calm and collect. Man, she gave this fool a full cuss out like he cheated on his wife or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like it was his fault that the mom, you know what I'm saying, chose to go out there and slang that coochie to somebody else. Lying to that man and the other dude was actually trying to be in the man's father. Actually was trying to be in the child's father, like life. So he went through
And the
hardship. He went through hardship he didn't have to go through hardship, but he went through it because of his mama. Had she just told
wait,
him the truth from when he was younger, he wouldn't have had to
but
go
she
through the
couldn't
hardship.
tell him the truth. Let me tell you, it gets worse because when she was having sex with the man, he was a minor and she was grown.
Wait,
That's why she was trying to.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
No. Get the
absolutely.
hell out of here. So the
The
actual
man was
father
a
was a
minor.
minor?
He was a minor when she was having sex with him and got pregnant by him. Yes. And she was in her 20s.
Man.
That's why she was
Travel
trying to
one.
hold it.
Please explain that, Travel One. You gonna have to explain that one, Travel One. You gonna try to cover up on that one? Bruh.
That's why she didn't want. She was
Wow.
saying that it was not true, and then she walked up because remember she walked away.
Wow.
And at the same time that she was doing all of that, and then the auntie was cussing Kirk. Kirk never even tried. He was battling that shit. He was trying not to be upset. He was trying to live up under those principles, Freezy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I said earlier. I think the women teach it, but the dudes actually live more about it. That's why I say a lot of dudes, even though they want to tell the truth, they don't. They don't be doing like they don't. They be quiet about it. So what do you normally get from that? No, like
So
my like man, that's crazy. Damn, I didn't
So
know
the
that. That's
dude that
crazy.
so the dude that Kurt thought was his father. Now this is the craziest part too. The dude that Kurt thought that was his father, right? That man knew that Kurt wasn't his father. He knew he wasn't, but he never said anything. That man died. Kurt, they showed it's a clip where Kurt went to him and he told him he forgive him and all this crazy ass shit. That man was just like, yep, I understand. Still never told Kurt. So that man died with that burden on him.
Girl, it's almost 12. Why
So how does
you got your
honor
own
look?
room?
Yeah. Oh, the craziest part was you had the one with what's his name? Tyler Perry. Now the man that he thought was his father, Tyler was saying, that man treated him bad, terrible. He treated him terrible. Come to find out, he treated him terrible because he knew that Tyler Perry wasn't his son. And that woman cheated on him with another man. Tyler Perry thought this man just treated him bad because he just hated him. No.
Bro, for some reason I can't find it, but I know exactly what y'all talking about the Kirk Franklin thing. But yeah, that was a good point. And that was an excellent example because that's exactly what I'm talking about, bro. She was dead ass wrong, and she had been keeping up this lie all of Kirk Franklin's life. And when he finds out about it legitimately, she still tried to put that damn honor thy mother shit on him just to get him to comply.
Yep.
Weaponizing God in a, and trying to instill fear in him just so she won't lose the respect level of her son or in fear of losing the respect level of her son, because let's just face it, he's a celebrity, so she don't want her celebrity son looking at her in a different type of way to where it kind of hurts the relationship and her being able to get whatever she wants out of her son, I guess. Probably. I don't know why she drove that home with Kurt Franklin as far as like, you need to respect your mother or whatever.
It was what we said earlier. It was the fear. That's why when
Well,
the
she had a
son
real
confronts
reason to
the
be
mom.
fearful.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When the son confronts you
Yeah.
directly, face to face, it's a different ballgame. Look, here's another example too. Now I think about it. Look at little Scrappy and his mama. You remember when he finally
Yes.
snapped? You remember
Yep.
that? And the
Yep.
mama was, oh, well, we had all these lives, and trying to make it seem like play victim, this, that, and the third. He was like, yo, I can't come to you. You hard. I can't come to you. You hard. I got to keep all this bullshit in. Like,
He
do you
said, I
realize
ended
we
up
even?
dating a woman that are just like you.
And he said, I mean, but it's true though, and a lot of dudes and women don't believe it, but a lot of dudes really do like how women. Some women actually who have good father, they normally marry a guy that's similar to their father. Well, guess
Mm-hmm.
what? It's way more important because a lot of dudes do that too. At the
But
end of the
Trucker,
day,
even with her, I think I did a show on it, right? I did a show on it, my last show that I did. And I had to keep going back to the part where he was telling her about what she did to him, and she still was trying not to take accountability. He said, you know why? He said, you know why, what'd he say? Oh, you know why I keep picking the same type of woman that I pick? You know why I live my life the way that I live my life? She said, because of what you seen me go through. He said,
yeah, that was
no,
the part.
it was what you did to me. It was what you you had me in a whorehouse. You had
He
people
said,
screwing in my bed. I had to come
matter
and
of fact,
sleep with you because I'm walking in on people screwing in my room. Drugs and people taking, she still was, and while he was telling her, she was trying to talk over him.
That was Tyler Perry, right?
no,
Oh,
that was
this was,
Scrappy.
look.
You can find that. You can
Oh,
find that.
Scrappy.
That's
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah. Okay, that's right.
No, the
Because
one.
that was the one part that like I'm talking about. The females was breaking down crying because
Yeah.
and dudes understood it
This
because
was
it's
at the
like
reunion, right?
Yeah.
yeah, something like
No,
that.
this
No,
was
no, it was at
at
a
it was
party.
right before the reunion. No,
Okay.
I think it
Yeah,
was during that time. But they were outside.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And you had
and the
Kurt
one
was
that I
there, and
remember
you had all
was
them dudes that was there.
So how
He had to.
how did Scrappy's mom respond to him when he was saying that? Was she kind of getting?
She was talking over, like trying to talk over him, right? You know how when it was so uncomfortable, you can tell how uncomfortable it was because he looking her dead in her face with tears in his eyes, and he was telling her, he said, you know why I live my life the way I live my life? You know why I say what I say and the things that I do? But she said, because of what you see me go through. And he corrected her. No, because of what you did to me. This ain't got nothing to do with you. And it got to the point where I was like, damn. And even when he was telling her, Trucker, he still reverted back to saying, well, I mean, you still my mama, though. He still reverted to that. That's how crazy it was. It was kind of like that whole thing where the Tupac thing, right? With the song Dear Mama. And when he said, you know, everybody, they go on this whole thing on the, even as a crack fiend mama, you always was a black queen mama. I don't go off of that no more. I go off of the first phrase he said in his song. When I was young, me and my mama had beef. 17 years old, kicked out in the streets. That's where I go with. Because that's the thing that I was like, damn, I had to look at that Dear Mama a little bit different. I get the whole thing because everybody already done highlighted that shit. You know, him telling his mom, even though you was on crack, you still, no. That part of when I was young, me and my mama had beef part was because they never had a great relationship. That was the thing. They never had a great relationship. Their relationship got better 2 years before he was murdered. Other than that, it was an off and on type of relationship he had. Now you know why. If you ain't never seen that documentary, that docuseries, it's on Hulu about Afina Shakur.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it. It shows
You talking about
how
the father?
many. No, his mama, Afrina.
Which one? Oh, I saw
Tupac's
the
mama.
one where the truth came out about the father was actually there and the mama was, you
His
know what I'm
father's
saying,
still
doing
living.
some behind
The father
was
always
that the one
lived
that you
like
talking about?
didn't the father always live like a couple of blocks from Tupac and he didn't know it or some shit like that?
No, his
Yeah,
father
but
always
it was
stayed in his father. So the guy that he thought was his father wasn't his father.
Right.
But this is the thing about, you guys got to watch it. I forgot the name of it. It's on Hulu. It's a docu-series. I think it's like 5 or 6 parts to it. And it talks about her and how many men she was up under and sleeping with. And doing this is before she was all on drugs and all this. This is when she was in the Black Panther movement. This is when she was out there doing she was a hippie first, then she was in the Black Panther movement. And you would see all these, you'd be like, God damn, she was going from just moving from one man to the next man to the next man. When she got pregnant with Tupac, she wasn't even with the man that she got pregnant from. And these guys were kind of powerful in the streets, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The guys that were they were really like some, you know what I'm saying, they was up on some powerful ass type shit. But if you see that documentary, it'll tell you a whole lot more about how
they got a whole documentary about Afeni? Yes. Wow, I gotta watch that.
No, it's a docu-series, bro.
Docu-series about
Afeni
Shakur.
You can see
yes.
Yeah, his
when I tell you, dog, you're gonna have a whole different you'll have a whole different look on her.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a whole different look on her.
Yeah, I'm not watch that.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual dad, he was explaining like how he used to be backstage. He was actually backstage and he was waiting for Tupac, right? He was waiting for his son. And the mama somehow coerced, like literally, I don't know how she did it, but basically he didn't even go back there. He ended up going somewhere else. The mama knew he was back there though, like everybody else.
And she ain't never had beef with that man.
Yeah, he was like, dude, I mean, he pulled up documents. I mean, he told the whole truth. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot. It was like, damn, like shit. He was like, you don't know how many times where my homeboys would be like, hey, you know what I'm saying, your son is here. You know what I'm saying? Pull up. He'll pull up, and he couldn't get to see him because the mama was always blocking it. No matter
now
what.
Watch. Everybody thought Tupac's father was dead because of what? The lyrics that he said about his father. Mm-hmm. Said he was a coward, you know, and all that crazy ass shit. And he said he was dead. The same thing that Tupac said in his lyrics about his father. Guess who else said it? One of his best friends. I don't know if y'all know who one of his best friends was. I'm talking about a nigga that he ride or die with. His name is called Tretch. The treacherous one.
Yeah, from Naughty by Nature.
Y'all know who from Naughty by Nature. You remember that song Ghetto Child? Never knew my dad. Motherfuck the fag.
Yeah, I remember that song.
His daddy living too. He was on I think it was like a couples retreat type of him and his wife was on this whole
couples therapy.
Couples therapy thing. Mm-hmm. And his father had to come there as a part of his therapy. That man cried like a fucking baby, man, when his father came there and they had to chop that shit up. This is what's happening. So when we talk about that honor shit, were they honoring their parents? Tretch still living.
What that goes into
Matter
what I want to talk about.
Tretch is having problems with his children.
That goes in what I want to talk about next.
Super chat.
Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $2 super cap. Stan said, women don't like their delusion exposed by light. Shout out to Stan Joseph.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate that, Stan Joseph. I appreciate that. So
yeah, man.
Let me ask this. So when children grow up under that type of roof, and let's just say kids are exposed to that type of those type of responses by their parents, and their parents say, honor thy mother and thy father, or your days will be cut short. But the parents aren't living. They aren't living per se like really exemplary lives or good lives or whatever. They're living. They're kind of a lot of time. Most of the time, is a lot of bad examples. Like let's just say, okay, I remember one time my mom used to smoke, and my mom had just got out the hospital from surgery or something, and I had told my mom, I don't think you need to be smoking right now. It's not good for you. Man, my mama yelled at me and she gave me an ass whooping because she felt like I was trying to tell her what to do. You know what I'm saying?
Stay in the child's place.
Yeah,
The fuck is
exactly.
wrong
Stay in the
with you?
child's place. So that made
You
me
ain't my goddamn daddy.
So right, so that was when I got my ass whooped, it was almost like a psychological response never to do that again. So even if I did think about telling my mom that, I thought about the ass whooping. That's what a lot of ass whoopings are designed for. So you can think about that shit later. If you think about doing or saying the same thing again later on, no, think about that ass whooping, then you won't do it, right? That's why a lot of parents. That's why my mom used to whip my ass. She used to think so it could be a reminder or don't say that shit again, right? But I wanted to talk about this. Kids that grew up under that type of household, and we see it on YouTube. We see it play it out on YouTube. Once somebody gets older and they have an opportunity to express themselves how they want to, it's not going to be in a healthy manner because that's not really how you was trained, or you wasn't really able to. You wasn't really able to have constructive conversations with your parents. It was more like a dictatorship, most of the time. So when you get older, it could turn you almost into a narcissist, or it could, in arguments or disagreements, you're never wrong, right? You're never wrong. We see a lot of times in these spaces, a lot of these conversations end up unhealthy, toxic,
contentious. Yeah.
Contentious. There's really not a lot of solutions, right?
Well,
I think. Do y'all think that if children was raised more, and shout out to Sherelle in the building. Sherelle, what's going on, sis?
No Cap-tivity.
Do y'all think if children were able to express themselves and parents did not weaponize honor thy mother and thy father, or if you don't, your days will be cut short. If parents didn't weaponize that and allowed their children to have constructive thought and have, intuitive conversations with their parents and express themselves, even if the parent and the child disagree with one another. Do you think if the parents allowed that type of open lines of communication, if all of us was raised like that, do you think we would be these conversations would be more productive? Do you think there's a reason why we talk the way we do amongst each other, especially as black folk, where it begins to be more contentious than constructive?
So
yeah.
It could, but then that would mean that you will have to be honest. You will have to accept the honest. You have to be honest with yourself first before your child be honest with you. And unfortunately, as we see, that ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. How do you make people be honest with themselves when their whole life been lied? They've been lied to for generations after generations. Think about it. When my
Yeah.
big mama started disappearing, a whole lot of shit, a whole lot of lies started becoming higher than the truth. That's why you hear the saying. That's why you see when something happened to the little girl in the home and the mama try to cover it up, or the auntie try to cover it up. You know what I'm saying? And the daughter get older and she spazzes out and tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's why. And then what do you normally hear? Well, how can I help? How could I have been there for you or help you when I myself haven't helped my own self first? It's a generation thing, so it could work
It
if
would.
parents. It could work as long as it started with honesty first. If you want your
Yeah,
kids to be honest, you got to be honest with yourself.
I think that it definitely would, because let's keep it a being. It has played out on these panels. It has played out in so many other forms of platforms, man, where it is. And I'm just gonna talk about my black folks. It is very hard for us. We're getting better at it, but not to over talk each other or not to be hollering while we're talking. Like you be in for instance, let's take it off of the platform. Let's talk about just congregating with each other face to face. And you hear how people talk, right? And they all everybody's having the same conversation, but they just getting louder and louder and louder. You have 6 people supposed to be talking to each other, but they ain't even talking to each other because everybody wants to be heard, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody just you like, and you heard this saying, we can all sing together,
can't talk together,
but we can't talk together. You would see that, mm-hmm. And that is rooted in that whole thing that I want to be heard, because a lot of people never was heard. Now, does that mean that each and every person that was in it? Nope. I think it's just more of a cultural thing, right? You when you around, I think it's more of a community type of thing. It's a cultural thing, but it's a lot more people that had to live up under the scrutiny of, stay in a child's place. You don't tell me shit. Shut the fuck up. And when I tell you shut the fuck up, I mean that. And that might follow with a pop in the mouth or some shit like that. And so it just, when you got that type of a culture, and don't it seem weird that it's all through the United States that way? It's weird. Like, I don't give a fuck where you go in the United States. If you go where there's predominantly black folks, it's almost like the same thing. Like, we ain't talk to each other. Everybody don't know each other, but we end up having these same type of qualities with each other.
Right, but see, like you said, it becomes a culture. I showed Michael Rubin, a billionaire. He's worth $11.5 billion. I did a show about him a couple of shows ago. He's friends with Meek Mills. He throws these lavish parties once or twice a year. I know specifically on 4th of July every year. And he has a lot of A-list celebrity, iconic legendary rappers at his parties and everything. Michael Rubin, he was on the Breakfast Club, and he said, he made a statement that he was taking up for Meek Mills because people started calling Meek Mills gay, but he was saying he don't know why black people hate on black people. He said he hate to say it, but he feels like, he's a white guy, he feels like that has become a big part of black culture, black people hating on black people, and there's no understanding. They, it ain't like we can't talk with one another. It's just when we talk with one another, it's always hate. It's filled with hate and contentiousness, and there's really no understanding. He said he doesn't operate like that, and him and his buddies don't operate like that. Whoever's in the circle, they don't operate like he said it kind of rubbed me the one way because he's a white guy, but then I had to adhere. I had to adhere to what he was saying because he was telling the truth, right? And he was saying he was only really saying that because he has a lot of love for Meek Mills. Him and Meek Mills have become real close friends, and he don't understand why Meek Mills gets most of his hate and most of these insinuations that he's gay from black people, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Even though Meek Mills has been caught in some, he's been caught in some, what is it called? Some, I forgot the word I'm trying to say. But
compromise.
Compromising circumstances. Yeah.
Caught up under a thug, all right.
But I do understand the notion of what Michael Rubin was trying to say. Mm-hmm. So that just let me know even white people see, dang, black people just can't. They just can't talk with one another. They can't come to they can't, move as a cohesive unit. And even in conversations, they have a hard time communicating with one another because it's filled with so much hate. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? And you just said, you ever thought it was funny how that shit resonates all across America as far as with a lot of black families and everything. So the big question is, where does that come from? How did we get here? Why black people can't talk together? Why is it so hard for us to have constructive conversations and healthy alliance conversation? Why does it always end up being filled with hate and toxicity and all that kind of stuff and negativity? You understand what I'm saying?
I told you, Freezy, bro. Come on, man. This is like I said before. Why is it a white man getting all the why is he getting all the attention when black men been saying this since I was young? And we all and the black men that always said the same thing didn't get no respect behind it, didn't get no type of, oh, you right. You know what I'm saying? It was always a bunch of bullshit. But as soon as a white man say the same shit we say now, all of a sudden is he's right. He's telling the truth. He's all right. It's like, yo, something is wrong. Like dead ass. Something is wrong.
Yeah,
Man,
I think
I don't even think black folks care about what the white man said. I don't even think they
I was
care.
about to say that anybody that comes close to the community of black folks, they're gonna catch it. So it's very weird. And when we do speak on this whole thing when it comes down to how pretentious we are with each other, how I don't want people to go all the way back to some place that we ain't never been. And they always go to where? Slavery. And I'm like, bring it up a little bit more, because after slavery, black folks got along with each other. In the 40s, black folks really got along with each other. In the 30s, black folks got along with each other.
30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah.
Black Wall Street.
It started to be really fucked up when you see the 60s, mid 60s, and then in the 70s, right? Times have started to change. This is where you heard in the 60s, black folks sitting there calling each other coons, stepping fashions. You a sellout. Sellout was the biggest word back then in the 70s. I'm talking about right there, not the 70s, mid 60s into the 70s. This is when you start having, even you can see it in the movies and the exploitation movies, right? Nigga, are you crazy? Oh, it was acceptable for niggas to say nigga to each other. You seen it. When you see it in the 70s, it got even worse in the 70s. This is when the gangs started to be a different type of thing. I ain't talking about California gangs. I have no idea about California. I go Midwest to the west, to the east, on down south, right?
Mm-hmm.
The gangs, that's why I don't like that gang culture. It really perpetuated the hate. And I ain't talking about Bloods and Crips. I have no idea. I didn't know nothing about fucking nobody that was where we was Midwest to the east side. We didn't know too much about that Blood Crip shit. But we knew about the gangs that was where we were from, right? If you was from Detroit, we had Scony, 7 Mile Dogs, 8 Mile Dogs. We had shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Pony Down, YBI. I understood all of that shit as a little kid. And these motherfuckers were perpetuating hate. If you was from one side and you walk over to another side, you're liable to get killed over there. If you was one, and you ain't got to claim being a gang, you just got to claim being affiliated. All of that shit perpetuated the hate amongst black folks. We ain't got to go all the way back to goddamn Kunta Kinte days. We can go and stay right where we at when it comes down to that shit. Motherfuckers got money. if you were in the 70s, if you moved out of the neighborhood that you were from and you went into a neighborhood that you thought was better, I don't know why you want to be around them white folks. Oh, sellout ass. You was a sellout. If you tried to speak the native language that you were taught with diction, proper diction, oh, you trying to be white. And then it got to on the flip side of that. Motherfuckers had a nice car. I remember hearing older people saying this as a kid. Boy, I'm about to get this LTD. They gonna be hating on me when I get this car. People wanted people to hate them. Boy, wait till I wear this. This is where, with Mike Epps, I'm gonna kill him in the morning with this shit right here.
Right.
So we started to floss and flex so people can hate on us. This was the 60s and 70s when that shit was happening. Look what it done got to now. What a motherfucker say? If a nigga ain't hating on you, shit, you ain't doing shit. You ain't being hated on, then you doing something wrong. So this is where it comes from. And then it does come from the household. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, boy. Stay in a child's place. I'll smack the shit out you next time you say something like that. It's like, damn, they went over. It's like overkill with the discipline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Discipline is discipline. You walk in there, yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You couldn't say yeah, especially if you was from the South. Now, me, I wasn't taught to say yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. My Southern cousins were. I was always raised to just say yes or no. I couldn't say yeah, no. I was raised to, when somebody's talking to me, I turn to them and speak to them. There's nothing wrong with that part right there because they're teaching you how to be disciplined enough where people will give you respect. They give you respect, guess what? You've earned it.
When
and you're going to get more and more respect.
When I look at, I covered this before too. Let me bring my sister up here. Shout out to my sister, Sherelle, man.
No Cap-tivity.
How you doing, Sherelle? Let me get a mic check on you, Sherelle. Can you hear me, Sherelle? Sherelle, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Sherelle. If you're trying to talk, I don't know. If you are trying to talk, you might want to drop down and come back up. But yeah, okay. So yeah, but what I was gonna say, I had covered, especially with black kids, right? What we have today, we have more black kids indulging in controlled substances, heavy narcotics, more so now than ever. These kids have been. Sherelle, say something, Sherelle. Let me make sure your mic is okay. Okay, I hear something. I heard your mic doing something just then. I just hear some rumbling, Sherelle.
Hey, Sherelle, your mic is like really bad.
Yeah, it's your mic. Your mic it sounds staticky or something. Like I can see you speaking
she
on
might be in the mountains.
I can see her speaking on her levels and stuff, but her mic is
Hey, Black Beauty.
What's going on, Black Beauty? Shout out to Really and Black Beauty in the building too. But yeah, what I was gonna say, a lot of these kids are they're using controlled substances and stuff just to release some stress and whatnot. And I'm thinking it might be due to them not being able to express themselves the way they should at home. A lot of black parents that I know, they're they kind of they put a cap on their child's communication. The child can only go so far when it's come to expressing themselves. So now what happens, and I'm gonna tell you something, it happened to me. Like being that I was raised like that, I remember, and the reason why I remember that story about when my mom was smoking and after she got out of the hospital, I told my mom, I don't think you should be smoking, and she gave me an ass whooping. That did kind of like made me approach my mom different, or not approach her at all if I felt like I disagreed with something she was doing. I was afraid of getting the ass whooping, but that kind of made me feel like I could not express myself to my parents. My dad didn't even correct my mom for giving me an ass whooping. He was right along with it. You know, hey, listen to what your mama got to listen to your mama, boy. So it just made me not want to express myself, and I kept a lot of shit bottled up. What I was going through, the changes I was going through, because you know when you're adolescent and you're going into your preteens and then you eventually your teens, you go through changes mentally and everything. You know, shit start changing and stuff mentally and stuff. And then you know you might, as a child, especially a little boy. Especially little boys, you know, you might get sensitive about something, but you don't want to seem weak, or you don't want to piss your parents off. You don't want to get on your parents' nerve or something like that. And then you might act out or whatever. Now you're acting out in other ways. You're acting out. Now you're fighting outside the house. You're fighting in school. You're fighting in the street. You might be, you might be smoking some dope, smoking some drugs, well, all that kind of stuff, you know, smoking weed, all that kind of stuff. Right? Some boys go, they turn into whoremongers very fast, and they start releasing a lot of the stress off just having sex, watching a lot of pornography and stuff like that. Now they done got a girl pregnant. I feel like a lot of that could have been fixed if the child actually had a healthy environment to where they could express themselves to their mother and to their father. But in a lot of these households, it's honor thy mother and thy father, or your days get cut short. Don't give me no talk back. Don't challenge me. I don't want to hear it right now. Do as I say and not as I do. I don't care if you disagree with how I'm living my life. Do as I say and not as I do. So now the child is like, the child is forced to keep a lot of their emotions bottled up, and they can't express themselves. Now they're expressing themselves and acting out in other ways outside of their parents, which probably in most instances their parents don't even know about. Because guess what? Guess what kind of dynamic you done created with your child now? They don't even want to tell you what they're doing outside the house because they might get an ass whooping again. Now if they tell you, well, I'm smoking weed because when I come home, I really can't express myself, and you're gonna get an ass whooping both. You gonna get an ass whooping both ways now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I just feel like I am an advocate for therapy and everything, but I feel like the first therapist for children should be their parents. You know what I'm saying? Like the first people that should actually be willing to listen to you is even if they're telling you something they disagree with about you. Like the first therapist should be the child's parents. Like when I sit down with my counselor, if my counselor says something I disagree with, he gives me the freedom to disagree with him, and then we mine it out. We mine that shit out. And I think that's what parents are supposed to do, but so often parents don't give their kids that freedom of expression, to where, the child can grow more in a healthy manner, and, to grow to be a mature adult, and on how to communicate with JT, or how to communicate with Trucker Yale or Sherelle or Shiesty Bomb or some, Black Beauty, like that right there. They just don't know how to communicate. So guess what we doing now? We grow up not knowing how to communicate, but we know how to smoke weed. We know how to sing, right? We know how to fight. We know how to cuss a bitch out. We know how to do that.
Get them told.
But we don't know how to effectively communicate. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. I get you.
And it started with honor thy mother and thy father, or your days gonna get cut short. These parents be weaponizing Bible scriptures to instill fear in their kids.
Because they should be able to tell them the whole thing, right? They should be able to tell them the whole thing. If you're gonna tell them honor thy mother and father, shouldn't you go ahead and give them the whole thing? Because mothers should be and fathers should be honoring their children also. I'm pretty sure that they do have scriptures that will fall in line with that. because these are principles. And at the end of the day, when you have an adult that has children, this is where I wanted to go with that too.
Before you go to JT, let me make sure my sister her mic is good. Sherelle, you good now?
Am I good now?
All praises to the Most High.
Oh, yeah.
Sherelle is in. Sherelle is in. Before you go, JT, if you would like, because
absolutely. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Sherelle, I know you got a lot on your mind. You want to speak on this. If you want to go now, you want to let JT just finish his thought, or what do you want to do, Sherelle?
Oh, let him finish, because I don't want to change his flow of like state, like his mind, where his mind is going. So I don't want to change the diction.
Okay,
so I'll let him finish.
Okay. And shout out to Jerome, said exactly what I've been trying to say the whole show. A lot of kids, especially black kids, do not develop critical thinking skills. That's what I was trying to think of. Critical thinking skills and anger management skills, because they're not able to express themselves, right? Stan Joseph, I'm going to read your super cap in 1 second. Go ahead, JT. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the whole thing of the parents that are parenting their kids, and the parents in the mind will also be still kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're still conditioning their kids on based off of what was conditioning them too. So I mean, the craziest part was that I seen it. You know how the older you get, the more you just be seeing some shit. You be seeing how that shit develop in life.
Mm-hmm.
I said, damn, I got a lot of goddamn time, because I've seen, this is what's crazy. I've seen the grandmama, granddaddy that had raised their children, and then their children had raised children. And it was like all of them communicated the same way with each other. Remember when I was telling you, everybody get together and everybody talking the same time? You got everybody having their own conversation. Ain't nobody listening to nobody. That used to irritate the hell out of me. I seen that happen throughout the generations when they're all there. And you be like, damn. I've seen people argue I've seen a girl argue with her mama. The mama goes and talk to her mama about the argument she had with her child. And the mama and her got into it the same way that she got into it with her children. It's something where you can see, you just be like, damn.
It's a pattern.
It's a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it goes down to. I ended there, man. I ended there. That's why I just wanted to get to that point.
Sherelle is up next. Let me read this super cap 1 second. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $5 super cap. Stan said, by parents doing this, could it be that's why generation is godless? Parents are a reflection of God for kids. Now kids don't want any of it. Shout out to Stan Joseph. Stan, I appreciate you.
I'm about to go get some water right quick, Freezy.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead, Sherelle. Go ahead. I want my sister to speak. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna push this. I think that y'all are making valid points. I think to understand where we're going, we have to understand where we're coming from. So every time we talk about these issues, I want to question the why. Why was this happening? Why were we falling into these particular programs? And within this, I learned to question traditional, right? I learned to question what was tradition. Now, I feel like we had maybe 3 generations who held tradition before the rebellious spirits were born. I think we like to harp on the rebellious spirits coming back to throw tradition off, but I honestly think they were necessary, because tradition honestly wasn't our tradition. These were belief systems and things that were starting to be placed on us. And we always honor our ancestors and our parents because they gave us all they got. If they had more to give, they would have gave it. But they gave us all they got, and their job was to get us here, to this place where we can get to the level of understanding. So I truly do believe that we lived one way traditionally, but during the time with these other people that we were dealing with, within communicating with people and getting the short end of that stick, because I wouldn't just say we just was oppressed. I would say we got a short end of a stick from trying to be communal with certain groups of people. So what I can understand is that they had to break our link to God. So they started teaching us how to read the Bible. And only because before it was honor your mother, your father, it was your slave masters. So because of their ways, this is what our ancestors and our parents was teaching us, those ways. And then there was a generation of people who decided to be like, we're gonna stop this shit. And I felt like those rebellious people needed to be in there because we've always been tribal, right? So we're tribal people because majority of us are native, even though they say we're from Africa. So because we're tribal, everybody has always had their differences to where they compete, but they share, but it was all in love. I think that was a threat, right? I think when this newer generation of black men who were willing to be rebellious and willing to die for a cause, I think it was purposely set for them to go at each other. Because I think that with those groups, if the Bloods and the Crips and all of these different gangs, if they're all together and they actually know who their common enemy is, that's a problem for the common enemy. So what they were taught is these different situations to compete and hate each other. Because if we're fighting and destroying each other because these other people know that they actually can't destroy us, we keep coming back. They had to teach us how to start destroying ourselves, right? And I don't think that most men understand that. So we may look down on the gang members, or we may look down on these violent men, but that's our warriors. Those are our warriors misguided. Those are the ones that's supposed to be on the front lines, fighting for us, protecting our women, protecting our children, policing our neighborhoods. But they were programmed to go at each other instead of using that strength for what it was needed, was for protection of your own. So when they stop protecting their own and they're just going at each other, now we need police officers. Now we open up this new way for us to go right back in slaves, right? Black men to go right back in slavery. Because y'all want to have fun, and it probably started off as just good competition. I cook better than you, I look better than you, I dance better than you. But with the violence that came in it, with drugs, with all these different things that was inserted in it, the cost of living going up, jobs shutting down, I think all of that was strategically planned to put us at odds with each other. So it's like, I'm just trying to get us to understand that that's how we lose every time. The fight against the men and the women, the young and the old, the shades of skin color, I'm from this neighborhood, you're from that neighborhood. When we're all one people, since we're always fighting each other, we never pay attention to who's actually pulling the strings here. So I do think that tradition needs to die because we need to question that. We should not be worshiping. A lot of us, me and you, Freezy, we're different, but a lot of us worship a God that is a white man with long blonde hair and blue eyes.
No captivity.
That shit needs to die. There should not be black children, black women, or black men looking at praising a God that created them in his own image, and then looking at that image of God and seeing that it looks nothing like you. That tradition and the ways of those people, it does not fit us. We've learned through the sicknesses. The number one thing, they talk about gun violence, but the number one thing that kills black people is food. It's health. We're not supposed to be on their diet plan. We're not supposed to praise their religions. We're putting our children in their schools and letting them teach our children a history that isn't even true. Because you don't have to tell little black kids that black men aren't anything, or women aren't anything, or black people haven't accomplished anything. All you have to do is put them in school for 12 years and show them the only thing that black people have accomplished in this country is slavery. And then show them how great white people are for 12 years of programming. And then continuously put these other people at the power structure. right? They're the police, they're the government, they're the judges, they're the lawyers, they're the presidents. That really put us in some type of mental bondage. So now it's like we won't even challenge them, and our warriors that really would die for anything are confused and killing each other. So I think I want to say, why would this happen? But I'm starting to understand why it happened. It's literally happening because if we all really was together, it would be a fucking problem. And if us coming together means the end of somebody else, those people are playing a game of survival, and it just don't seem like they're trying to let up at all.
This one here for the thug.
Sherelle, I got a follow-up question with what you said. I'm gonna read this super chat.
Super chat.
Shout out to our sister Shiesty Bun for the $5 super cap. She said you can definitely tell Trucker and JT gossip and be in people business. They don't miss an episode of Love and Hip Hop. They worse than me. Shout out to Shiesty Bun.
No Cap-tivity.
My bad, Shiesty Bun. My bad, Shiesty Bun. I really like. I was talking so much. I read all the super caps, but shout out to Shiesty Bun. Anybody? Do JT and Trucker want to respond? Or whatever? Y'all want to respond?
What I'm gonna say to it, girl. All right.
Shout out to Shiesty Bun.
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Shout out to Mr. Midnight. I already put him on the sponsorship board for his $50 cash cap. Thank you, bro, for detonating that big light. Let me bring up the sponsorship, man, one more time. Mr. Midnight said, these convos we need. Salute to the No Cap crew. I appreciate y'all.
No Cap.
Shout out to Mr. Midnight. Thank you, man. He is the new sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to the last sponsor, Big Bad Bull. To become the sponsor now, it have to be either $50 or more. The co-sponsor or sponsor have to be $50 or more. Thank you, Mr. Midnight. Oh, so Sherelle, I want to ask you this. So you mentioned a lot of dynamics that actually influenced us and conditioned Black folk on how we ended up with the mindsets why we conduct ourselves the way we do. Do you think so are you saying that the way these parents are raising these kids, because I've given scenarios where especially in the hood, Sherelle, I think if I'm not mistaken, you grew up in the hood. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Ron Mack grew up in the hood. JT, I think you grew up in the hood. Trucker, yeah, you grew up in the hood. We've seen so often, especially as kids. Well, I don't think we've seen a lot of Black kids able to just actually have a healthy, like, just be able to sit down and have these couch conversations with their parents and let them express themselves and let them know is how your parents come to you and say, how was your day? And y'all talk for about an hour or two. The kid is able to just let it all out, whatever on his mind. A lot of times we experienced a lot of anxiety and depression as kids, but we hid it and we ain't really want to tell our mom and daddy what we was going through because it'll make us seem weak, or they might make us feel like we're bothering them. And then if we act out, okay, now we're gonna get an ass whooping because we acting out, but really we trying to express ourselves. We feeling like we being capped as far as like how our expression, our emotions and everything. Sherelle, are you saying it's not even our parents' fault? Are you saying that Black folk as a whole, especially when they conceive children and they become parents, they're just automatically conditioned like that, and they don't even know that they're like that? Is that what you're saying, Sherelle?
Yeah, they're definitely conditioned like that. They don't even know it. And to be honest, as much as we love our parents, we have to understand that it's just not their future. It's our children's future. And like, I understand this fully because I'm the youngest millennial and my dad is a boomer. So 29 and my dad is 75. My dad was drinking from colored water fountains. My daddy was 21 years old having children before they integrated schools. He had to sit on the back of the bus. He was raised to stay in line. He was raised to stay in line because my grandmother, my grandfather understood that a black man not staying in line in the South around this time that my dad was coming up could mean they disappear in the middle of the night. So the traditions that were put on him in in the past was for safety, but we have more freedom and more reign for that. So it's time for us to change that, right? Because our parents have like made us feel small, made us feel like they were just smarter just because they was older. They've not allowed us to grow because it was just about surviving, and they lived on survival mode. And I feel like we have the choice today to not have to be in that mode. If you unlock that on your mind that you don't want to be in survival mode anymore, you have the freedom right now today to do that. You have the opportunity to change it. And I don't think that they had the opportunities to change it. So even though they do place blame, like I said, they can only give us what they had. So I do understand people, we learn disrespect from our parents. They talk to us crazy. From if we can't tie our shoes right, stupid. If we can't respond. If we're struggling, we can't go to them. Understand my dad being at his age, when I started to go through mental health issues, it was don't go to a therapist. Pray about it. And it's anti-Christian to even go to therapy and work on your issues. So me going to therapy was an act against God in my dad's mind, because they have a limited view of what God is and what God can do. Because it's like, oh, follow these 10 rules and this is it. So I definitely think that that was problematic, but I think that's how they survived, and they're not understanding that we're in a different time now. And we don't have to do that because we can teach our children respect. They need people skills. They need communication skills. They need to be heard. They don't need to be building up trauma and creating all of this pain and having to carry it all inside. It's not just that, it's the curse of the breadwinner, the one rich person or the one that did well for themselves in the family, having to take care of everybody who don't want to do well in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And not being able to feel like you're loyal if you don't set boundaries, right? And then JT spoke on the one who wants to elevate. It's not that I want to live in a white neighborhood. I just don't want to live in a neighborhood where my children aren't going to be safe. And I just want my children to go to better schools. And I want to drive a nicer car because I don't want to keep breaking down. So I need to get a better job and I need to go get educated. And I have to assimilate so that I can have a better life. But this isn't a diss. But when people see you grow, you got to understand that sometimes you're living somebody's wildest dreams. So when they go to sleep, they're dreaming about the life you're living. And the reason why they're dreaming it is because they don't feel like they can obtain that life. So because they were in this survival mode, they don't see the freedoms that I've never seen my dad swim. My dad has never been on a plane. My dad has never been on a cruise. My dad has never been out of the country. He doesn't own a passport. Neither did my grandmother. I've never seen my mother swim. I've never seen them go on a vacation ever. That was just not their reality at all. But that's not my reality. And I'm grateful for them getting me here. And I can take what they gave me, because you have to go back to your foundation. A lot of things that's negative in us, our parents instilled that shit right into us as kids. You have to go back into your foundation and say, listen, this doesn't work. I live in a place where it floods, so I need to raise my house above sea level. Listen, electric bills is high. We need solar panels now. We need in the backyard. Like, we have to upgrade this shit. There's no such thing as just keep doing it how they was doing it when we was in a different time. Respectfully, because we don't want to disrespect them because they got us here. But holding on to their thoughts and their ideologies of survival mode because y'all were so close to post-slavery, it's just idiotic for us as millennials.
Right, but Sherelle, where's the fine line? Where's the fine line between that? You said you don't want to disrespect your parents because they the reason why you here. So where's the fine line between not disrespecting your parents and still being able to speak your mind?
It's a very patient thing. It's a distance thing. My dad is conservative. My dad is very liberal. He's very go vote for Biden. I'm very no. He's very do this. I'm very respectfully. You just have to let them know this is my life. And I hate that whole that I be having to tell them, listen, baby, you was drinking from colored water fountains. We're in the same life.
See what I mean?
They were telling you where you had to sit on the bus. And I don't want it to sound disrespectful.
No, but earlier I
but
was
it's
like, earlier I was telling JT and Trucker, what if the child responds and says, well, mom or daddy, what if you was raised like, what if, okay, if the father say, hey, listen, that ain't how I was raised, don't do that. And then the child say, well, daddy, what if you was raised wrong? Then he get an ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? What if you was raised wrong, daddy?
Yeah, you gotta wait till you're grown to stand up to him.
Right.
You gotta wait till you're grown. You gotta wait till you're 18 and then you stand up to him. But you really got, love is correction.
But Sherelle, you say you gotta wait till you're 18, right? That's 18 years of conditioning, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate reality for all of us. That's why we have children later. That's why we don't have children at 15 no more. Because we're the generation that break the curses. Think about it. That's why we're having them married later, because they program us and put all this stuff in us for 18 years, and then for the next 18 years of life, we trying to unlearn all that
shit. Facts. Ooh.
No Cap-tivity.
For real. Man, come on, man.
We trying to unlearn all that. They didn't teach us. I said this. We graduated from high school. That school didn't teach us shit about life. They didn't tell us about how to balance no checkbook. They ain't told us how to build no credit. They ain't told us how to buy no house. They ain't put us in no career training programs that we was gonna have a trajectory to be earning money. They ain't tell us about no damn stock market. Inflation was never a vocabulary word, yet it's killing us now. They didn't teach us shit. They just had us running in circles for 18 years.
So what do you think about the Bible scripture? Because most of us grew up in the church. Always honor thy mother, thy father, or your days will get cut short, Sherelle. Okay.
I think the good die young. And they don't write stories about people who follow the rules. I think that verse is taken out of structure because, yeah, you can honor your mother and your father. That means you don't have to disrespect them. You don't have to berate them. If you have to move around them, then move around them. Because I remember when Christ came back and they told him, hey, your mama waiting at the door. Your mama. Christ said, my family is whoever believes in Christ. He dissed Mary. I think people miss that. So if you're going to go to one text, you're going to go to the other text with me, because I done read it from Genesis to Revelations. So play with you only can do shit like that to people who don't know the Bible.
That's what I had said. That's what I said before.
If they're going to use that Bible to
that's what I was saying before. If you're going to use that Bible, you're going to use the whole thing.
Yeah, and they will use it to weaponize it against you if you don't know it. So you need to go and read it and understand it, because it's that. But even Christ, the Savior, was dissing his own family. Why? Because a lot of times your family only sees you as what they birthed you to be. But then you work harder to be more than that, and they won't accept it. Some people won't accept it. That's why Christ, when he went home, he couldn't even save majority of the people where he came from, because all they knew was, ain't that the carpenter's son? That he's saving lives. Like they couldn't see past who he worked to be, because they only want to see you who you born as. I'm gonna be my daddy baby. That's it. I'm his baby girl. I'm gonna be the baby of my family. And they just look at me like I'm the baby, but I'm a trailblazer. I'm a business owner. I have challenged myself so much to go out into the world and become so much more. But when I go home, I'm everybody's little baby. They can't see past what they created me to be, but I'm so much more. So I have to stay away respectfully. That's how you honor them. Sometimes you just got to stay away from stupidity, even if it's your mama, even if it's your daddy. You can't accept their stupidity, because then you'll repeat the cycle. If you think that the BS they on is okay and you never call it out and you're never able to separate yourself from the BS, you stay in the BS, you become that, and then you pass that on to your children, and that's how a generational curse is birthed.
This one here for the thug.
Run Mac. And shout out to Sherelle, man. Sherelle, come on.
No Cap-tivity.
Run Mac,
Man. That's the first time I heard somebody talk. I ain't even want to hear stop talking.
nah, Sherelle always cooking, man.
Cooking, fish and grits. You hear me?
We've heard Run Mac, we've heard mothers, black mothers. I'm gonna just speak for myself. I've heard black mothers more so than black fathers, but black fathers have used that scripture as well. Honor thy mother, thy father, or your days will be cut short. A lot of times we hear it during, like, when a child, especially they'll use it on a child if a child is like challenging the mother or the father, if they disagree with the mother or father, if they see the mother or father doing something that they disagree with, their mother or father say, hey, be quiet, honor your mother or father. You want your days to get cut short? A lot of times we hear that scripture come out, even if the child is right about what they saying to their mother and father, but the mother and father, you know, they just don't want to hear it. So they'll use that scripture. Do you think that children should always honor their mother and father no matter what?
Honor is sometimes rash. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be so cool and smooth. It's gonna be kind of tough too. Sometimes honor is gonna be some kind of tough behind it too. You know what I mean? You saying what's right, no matter what age you are. You know what I mean? No matter to who, you in it right. You know what I mean? If you're right. You know, it's just disrespect is not tolerated at all. You should never be disrespectful to your parents. So, if you're doing something honorable, even though it might be something that your parents might not want to hear, you little do we know as people, we end up teaching people that act like they don't want to hear something too. I don't want to hear, because they learned something just now, kind of scared them. You gotta give people time to process certain information.
That's a good point. That's a great point. That's a cooking tonight, dog. God damn.
It's real, but as children don't understand that you gotta give people time to, you know, see it like that. You just gotta mention it, and they don't want to hear it. It's cool. They heard it though. They heard it.
Just say, as long as they hear it, right?
They heard it. Don't push though.
You ain't gotta. That's why I used to, you know, it used to irritate me so much where you be around family and they get to, you know, arguing with each other and they just keep repeating the same thing over. And you be like, why do y'all keep repeating yourself, right? They heard it. Say it and then move on, right? But you've seen, I've seen it play out on these panels where cats would just, you know, they'll just say something and they just keep repeating it. And you're like, where did that come from? Right? Because they didn't feel like they being heard. It's like, nah, they heard your ass. All you have to do is say it and then just move on. This is why the conversations that we be having with each other sometimes get to a point where it be perfect strangers, don't even know each other. They hear somebody's talking point, they automatically get triggered and they won't smoke with that person. They have no idea who that person is. They would come up on the panel just so they can get smoke with that person that they have no idea, just because they heard their talking point, instead of just saying perhaps they could be, you know, right about it, or let me go and have their back and forth with them right quick to see where they coming from, where they really coming from. That ain't how they do it. It goes back to what we were saying earlier. That conditioning, man, that shit, a lot of people don't know how to have conversations. A lot of people don't know how to have conversations. That's why every time we talk about this, I always say, no matter what panel I'm on, we're getting better in our conversation. 7 years ago, Freezy, you couldn't have had a conversation where we just listen to each other like this. You would have motherfuckers trying to double dutch all in this motherfucking conversation. People just going back.
But JT, let's keep in mind, with me, I'm intentional about having a healthy conversation. Like I'm trying to set the state. Like I don't tolerate all that buffoonery. I don't tolerate all the disrespect. I don't tolerate that over here.
And I think it's getting.
But it
Yeah,
might
that's what I'm
be.
saying.
But I'm
think
saying
it's
it might
catching-
be. Some people might think it's too boring over here because of
Right.
that. You know what I'm saying? Like
It catches like wildfire because it's somebody that listens to yours that want to get their platform started, and they look at how you conduct yours, right? And it's going to be kind of like the norm once people start to have these, because these are conversations, man. These are conversations that we just did never have. I used to be like, I was like, damn, you have family functions? Wasn't nobody having these type of conversations we have? And what were they talking about? We, probably sports. And then they argue about that.
I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit, cause you got some, like say if you like a family function, you were saying like a family reunion or something, right? You got groups, you got different groups of like different people that got different mindsets. You gonna run it. It's all about the group that you choose to talk to the most, and then normally it usually be the old men and the older women and stuff like that, bro. The grandmas and stuff, the I be wanting. That's the only people I even wanted to talk to for real at the family reunion, and the ones kind of like my age. Everybody in the middle of that was kind of like, you know what I mean, just kind of repetitive on what they used to say to me and shit. How you doing in school?
That's what I'm saying. That it's just some shit that ain't. It's a bunch of fluff, right? It's a bunch of
fluff.
You're right. You have the smaller groups where, especially when it comes down to somebody that got a business or that's starting a business and they want to get people's participation, but that's very few and far. Normally, what you're gonna have is some spades, some dominoes, bid whist, and shoes. That's what you're gonna have. And the rest of that shit is later on in the night is we got to ante up to get something to drink. And then now we got to deal with that shit. And then once people get drunk, it's over with.
what you was about to say, Sherelle?
You had a good time, but it wasn't.
What Sherelle was about to say?
I think we're getting to a point where now, like, we barely have the family functions, the family reunions,
That's a
the
fact.
get-togethers.
That's
Seems
a
like
fact.
we only get together
That's
for funerals. See, the next time somebody passed away, that's when that funeral is like the family reunion now. And I think it's because of, like, it's exactly what y'all explaining, is that people have learned that there must be a separation, right? So even if it's my mother and my father in the family that I come from, I need to separate with who my soul resonates with and my vibrations and where I'm trying to elevate and where I'm trying to go. Because I know, as much as we love each other because we have the same skin tones, it's just that everybody who looks like you is just not for you. These are the quickest people that can betray you. See, the thing about betrayal is it always 100% happens from somebody you trust. That's the only way it can be betrayal, because it's coming from somebody that you can trust. So we all know that along our journey in life, when we left our family behind to go inside the world, that we've met people who are not blood related to us, who have treated us way better than people we are kin to, that we took baths with, that birthed us, that a lot of times we can go into the world and our soul will resonate with other people and they will have pure intentions for us and good intentions for us. And we have to be that okay with that separation. And then usually the people on the good side always want to save everybody, but it's like, you can't save nobody. It's up to people to save themselves. And if they don't want to be saved, you can't save them. But it's up to people like
She
Freezy.
wanna be saved.
To be saved. But yeah, like, it's up to people like Freezy, because Freezy, like, I've been away for months now. I'm really trying not to be everywhere, but I come here every chance I can get. You understand what I'm saying? Because I no longer want to be a part of the dysfunction 24/7 of not talking about anything, when it's positive Black people here, successful Black people here that come from different walks of life. And if we was all sharing our ideologies and our journeys along life, we could be expanding and growing the consciousness of us. And it's always getting disrupted by somebody who wants to get on the panel and it's just be disruptive. And I
Word.
am over that. So I think you're doing something beautiful over here. I don't care. Like, listen, if it's only the few want to win and want to survive and want to live and want to thrive in a well-being, then those are the right ones. As long as you reach the right ones, you know they here for positive content. Because when you get wrapped up in trying to do the drama, then you realize you gotta keep the drama up because that's the only time they come.
No Cap-tivity.
You got to keep that shit going. That which brings me to what Sherelle said something earlier, as far as sometimes you just got to stay away. That could be a form of honoring your parents, right? The main topic was about Simone Biles. Simone Biles, she's the most decorated Olympian in history. Her mother has gone on record trying to make some type of relationship with her daughter. I don't know if you guys know by now, but Simone Biles' mother gave her up at a young age because of drug addiction. And after Simone became successful, her mother has been trying to reconnect with her daughter to form some type of relationship, but Simone Biles has been very reluctant on allowing her mother to come in her life and actually get close with her. She has been very silent on the situation. She hasn't really spoken on it. She just ain't really been kind of meeting her mother halfway so they can develop a relationship. And Simone Biles' sisters and stuff have spoken out, especially one in particular, have spoken out and said they feel like Simone is wrong. They've forgiven their mother. Their mother was, on she was on heavy drugs at one point in time. And they're saying that Simone should be more understanding what kind of life their mother was living, and that, hey, she raised you. You should honor your mother, right? You should honor your mother. Your days might be cut short if you don't honor your mother. You only got one mother. So a lot of her siblings feel like she's wrong because they feel like she's acting like she's too good to actually allow her mama to come back in, even though her mother played really no part in raising her and she gave her away. Anybody can start. This is the last thing we're gonna speak on. We're gonna close the show out with this. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay. We gotta give her time, man. Like, yeah, her sisters, forgave the mother and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's cool. That's a blessing. Like the mama should be happy with that. You know what I mean? That at least, some of her children do understand. But right now, you got to think about this young lady's life. It's not about she can't think about that right now. She thinking about her every day. Right now, she can't think. She too busy, bro. When you doing something in her life, you ain't got time for nothing, bro. So she ain't got time to think about that right now like that. You feel me? She focused what she got going on, her career. Like, her sisters ain't doing that. Her sisters, I don't know what her sisters doing. I ain't gonna say that. But I'm gonna say this though. Her sisters ain't on that young lady's level in life. That's a real factor. Like, it's a lot of stuff that I might not be able to do because of the fact of what I gotta do in life. You know what I mean? What I gotta maintain, how many people I gotta feed. Like, that junk is real. So when you have a more of a successful life and out of the blue, some shit from the past just come and hit you like a ton of bricks. Your mama, what's her name? My mama. You know what I mean? She just thinking about this interview that she got to do. Then somebody tell her, oh, man, your mama on the phone. My mama on the phone. You know what I mean? You're like, let me talk to her. Okay, let me talk to her. Talk to her, thinking about all the shit that she got to do. People coming over, hair and makeup getting done. She getting spent around. They measuring her, making sure she got the right clothes. Bro, that life different, bro. She ain't got time to think about that right now, man. Give that girl some time. to think about that shit, and she'll come back around.
Even though there's a possibility that her mom might pass away tomorrow, and tomorrow's not promised, what do you say to that though?
It's her decision. We gotta wait for her to be ready for that. It's her that she grown.
Okay. Let me go to Sherelle. Sherelle, what do you think about that scenario with Simone Biles? What's your thoughts?
I would say it's probably hard for her because she was adopted and she does consider the other woman her mom because her parents are who was able to helped her on her journey of success. And it's another thing when a lot of times kids, when they go into foster care or they get adopted, their biological parent rarely ever reaches out, right? So you also have to understand the stigma of, is this woman just trying to use me because I'm who I am, right? So she has to deal with that on a consistent basis of not just her mom, but people in general in life wanting to befriend her or be close to her just because they want to use her or be next to her because she has this fame, she has this notoriety, she has this success, she has this money. So she always has to question that, and that's a horrible feeling to feel like I have to question my own mother's love for me, right? And the mother has to be understanding because the same way you made decisions and you made choices and you took your time to get off drugs and to find your children may need, if that was a pain process when you was on drugs and it took you all that time to get over that pain, then you have to be patient with your children because your pain put trauma onto them because now they have this empty cup of love that they needed from a mother, a biological mother, and you didn't give that to them. So if Simone is not done working through that trauma, we still have to give her time so that she can process through that. But if she's just made a decision to say, well, maybe next lifetime, and I do forgive you, but there's no reason for me to connect with you, I can understand that too, because my daddy gave me a trump card when I was a little girl. He would always tell me, I'm not your father, I'm your daddy. Your father is in heaven. So if my daddy go against God, then my daddy going against me. Because my dad is God's creation. I am God's creation. But my creator, I'm gonna listen to what my creator is saying. So if you're at odds with my creator, then you're at odds with me. And I don't care what blood you got. I don't care what DNA you have with me, because I know what side of the fence I'm on. I'm with the Most High, and if you against the Most High, we in war. Mama, daddy, sister, brother, niece, nephew, cousin. If you on the opposite side when it go down, I know what side I want to be on, and I'm gonna be on this side. So if she's determined to keep that separation, I can understand that because the Most High is her creator.
No Cap-tivity.
Women, we are the vessels that God's creations get to come through. We are the ones who is gifted with the vessel to produce and have the waters and have the vessel to be able to produce the life. Us man and woman with our connection, but we understand that creation of life is coming from God. So that's her creator, and her creator is blessing her because look at her, she's the most decorated of all. Her creator said, listen, I'm gonna fill this void of a missing mom with a great foster mom, and I'm gonna fill your life with all this joy that somebody else's mistake could have gave you a bunch of pain, and look how God turned her pain into joy. Look how God gave her beauty for her ashes that she didn't ask for because she didn't ask for a mom to be on drugs. So if she's determined to feel like, listen, I'm with God and that woman is trying to use me, or God is telling her that ain't good for her, that she don't need to go that way, then I think she needs to listen to her real creator.
I'm pretty sure they've tried to guilt trip her and say, yeah, all of that success that you accumulated, God will take it away from you if you don't honor your mother. Yeah, God will take it away from you. You need to respect your mama. You need to allow your mama in your life. Before JT go, let me shout out my dog Logic in the shout out to Logic, man. I just talked to Logic We called each other on Discord. Logic said he just made it back from Poland. This just a sidebar. Logic say he didn't see a 6, but he didn't see a woman below a 6 in Poland. Logic said he going back. I just want to share that, Logic. I just want to show that.
That's what's up.
That's what Logic said. That's what he said. And shout out to Logic for being a member, a No Cap Crew member for 3 months, man. Shout out to Logic. Also, Super Chat. Shout out to Stan Joseph for the $2 super couch. Stan say forgiveness doesn't mean return to old relationship, and I totally agree with that, Stan. I totally agree with that. That's real talk, real talk. Also, super chat. Shout out to Logic for the $5 super couch. Logic said, "Can I kick Sherelle?" No. No, Logic, we don't got that going on over here. Logic, we ain't got that going on over here. But shout out to Logic. I'm pretty sure he was just joking anyway. Super chat. Shout out to Keep It Funky RRL, aka Logic again, for the $50 super cat, which actually makes Logic the sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Mr. Midnight for being the sponsor so far. Logic is the new sponsor of tonight's show. All he said was No Cap Crew. Let's get it. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Logic, man. I appreciate you, Logic. I'm finna put you on the sponsorship board. JT, what's your viewpoint on what we just discussed, what we just seen with Simone Biles? That's a tough situation. I mean, that is her biological mother, right? You only get one of them. I mean, yeah, she was raised by foster parents and stuff. What do you think? What do you think about that situation? Because, like, we seen her sister actually took to social media and was almost kind of. She was saying that she's disagreeing with how Simone Biles is handling the situation with their biological mother. Right? What do you think about that? The whole scenario, JT.
Yeah, the young lady was wrong for that. I mean, we talk about a woman that neglected her duties. Why don't nobody say that she was a deadbeat mama?
Oh, God,
It's more for the thug.
At the end of the day, if I was her child, I'd be like, I don't give a damn that you was on some fucking drugs. You thought the drugs were better than me. That's the first sign of rejection, right? It's something that she has to work out herself. Simone has to work out herself on this whole concept of, being with her mom. You know, what we supposed to talk about? What we gonna talk about? My fame? What we gonna talk about? What you been doing? No. She had two parents that helped to further her career. They was out there jumping out the gym with her. And that's who she's looking at as her parents at that point. Now, I'm kind of confused because everybody's name is Bao. The parents, Neely Bao, that's what they say. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Then they got a mama, Shannon Bao. Mm-hmm. Then they have a father, not the original father, but the I can't remember his name. But everybody's name is Bao. I'm not understanding that right there. But that's besides the point. At the end of the day, she can still honor her mom by keeping her distance. Something she's going to have to work out, just like her mama had to work some shit out, right? Her mother gave a verdict and her mother said, I'm going to go ahead and get my daughter up. I can't take care of her. And she made a decision. So it just so happens that, the rabbit got the gun now. So Miss Biles, I think that's her name, Shannon Biles. Mm-hmm. That's what they're saying on there. I have no idea if that's the truth. But yeah, she has to let her daughter give her daughter time. That's just what it is. You can't wait till the girl get all this notoriety and, all of this stuff that she got going on now and saying, I want to rekindle my relationship with you.
Even if
and
it's
then her
legit
sibling,
too.
Yeah, and then her siblings is out here. First and foremost, I'm tired of people taking the social media to put their family members on blast. Her sister was putting her on blast.
Basically.
I don't care what nobody say. That ain't how you work that shit out. That is something that's between you and your family. If you want to get and want to be instrumental in rekindling a relationship between your mother and your sister, going to social media is not the way to do it. It's actually trying to be instrumental in bringing them two together and being able to understand where your sister is coming from. I don't think that Simone would have a problem with it, but she has to think about that shit now. Why you want to, what we going to, because I got some questions, right? And this probably already happened. You know how the media is anyway. She's probably already done talked to her mother, a couple of times already, or what have you. And they probably done got into it and all kind of shit. Because I know the number one question is going to be, why did you do that? Why did you give me up? Why did you give me up? And I was on drugs is not an excuse. It's not going to be sufficient for a lot of kids, right? That end up being adults. How we know? Isn't she married now? Don't she have a husband?
She's married to the NFL player, I think.
Yeah. So she's building her own. She's building her own family now. I don't know. It's not disrespectful. It's not disrespectful if she expresses her frustration and anger towards her mama. Does that mean that she's dishonoring her mom? I don't think so. I don't think that that's how that go.
I'm gonna tell you how I'm starting to think about it. When you raised in a way, or you in an environment long enough to where you can develop critical thinking skills, like even with the gymnastics, she was able to develop critical thinking skills and to be cognizant of a lot of stuff and be socially aware. I think that actually instills a lot of empowerment in a person. And I think what we're seeing in Simone Biles is, man, I'm not no damn idiot. Like I feel like she's empowered. And I think a lot of time black folk try to guilt trip you into doing what they want you to do. Even parents do that to their kids. But I think they're a day late and a dollar short with Simone Biles, because the way she was raised, obviously she was raised by the time she got adopted, whoever adopted her, she was actually encouraged to have critical thinking skills. And I think what they're dealing with now in Simone Biles now, her siblings and her mama, she's just an empowered woman. She's empowered. Like she, you know what I'm saying? She think different. Like you can't run that bullshit on Simone Biles right now, because she's sharp. Psychologically, she's pretty sure she's sharp. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. And again, what I don't know. Your boy Stan Joseph said that she was adopted by those are the grandparents. So that's what I'm thinking, that they are all family. So she was still in the family. So it wasn't like she was far away, if that's the case, from her mom. So I'm pretty sure they've had some interaction with each other throughout the years. How old is Simone Biles right now?
Simone got to be in her,
let me see.
I don't know. She got to be in the, like, past 25.
She's still in her 20s, right?
26,
she's still
27.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So it's funny that her mom, so I see her father, supposed to be her father is Calvin Clemens. That's what you don't hear nothing about him either, do you?
No, you don't even talk about him.
Just the mama.
So
she had a pair of parents.
Right.
And neither one of them were able to take her. Imagine the psychological warfare that is probably on her to even revisit that shit. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, you know, you got to deal with it. You gave your child up like that. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
But JT and Freezy now, and Sherelle said it earlier. Like, do y'all think that's kind of not even their fault because of how they were raised, or
It may not be their
you talking
fault
about the
fully, but
parents,
there's
okay.
this is the thing about accountability. You are always accountable somehow, some way, even to what happens to you. And that's the reality of life. Life
But
is
you
not
think the
forgiving like
mom,
that.
you think the mom getting off drugs, getting her life together, probably got herself stable enough to be a law-abiding citizen, right? She got a job, maybe she got her own place, car, simple stuff, right? She got all of that stuff. She off of drugs. She's trying to do right. Is that not holding accountability by actually bettering
It could
herself?
be. Perhaps.
And
It could be.
what if it's coming from a genuine place and her daughter just so happened to be famous? You know what I mean? Because obviously the other daughters mess with her for real, so it gotta mean something. They not famous. They got time to go check it out and deal with that situation.
Right, because it is easy to assume that the mother just trying to get in touch with her daughter cause she's famous, but that might not be the case. She might just want to right her wrongs with her daughter, like,
with her daughter.
That's why I said that could be the case.
That's what we gotta think about, bro. Like, we gotta stop doing that to people, because it be real good people that we'll probably mess around and tear down because we don't know the real for real. You know
No,
what I mean?
I understand it. I've forgiven people. I've forgiven, so I know how that works. It's a process with it, and we all have things that we would love to be forgiven. Just as well as to forgive somebody. But the way the world works, man, this shit is, you have to be able to maneuver in this world because everybody does not think on the same wavelength, right? Like I said, it still was something that happened to Simone, right? And her mom had did something that affected her. So her mom is just going to have to deal with the repercussions that come behind that. Yeah, no matter how good she done made her life and all of that, she still got to deal with her daughter. It ain't got nothing to do with me, you, or anybody else. It has something to do with her and her daughter Simone, and that's basically where it is. But that whole fear mongering thing, if you don't honor, and then they're gonna put forgiveness up under the umbrella of honoring, they're gonna put the not being mad or expressing who you are up under that umbrella of honor. That's crazy to me. That's like trying to manipulate a person, like what we was talking about earlier. No, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to deal with consequences, and sometimes people, for instance, if you talk shit to somebody, right, and there's a repercussion behind it, they might talk shit back to you, or they might smack you in your goddamn mouth, right? You don't control what happens to you in that sense. It's a consequence, and sometimes the consequence is just not going to be fair. That's just what it is.
It could be like, I can liken it to somebody selling dope and they making a lot of money, and it's addictive. The money is addictive, and they keep doing it until one day they get caught and they catch a bunch of time. But while they're in prison, they actually do get reformed, and they really do want to get out of prison to prove that they're different. And so now while they're in prison, they're asking for an appeal, but the appeal committee is saying, no, bitch, we don't believe you. We don't believe you, bitch, But this person might have really done changed though, you know what I'm saying? And they in the law library, they They're not surrounded by all of the prisoners that's trying to keep up trouble. They always by themselves. They working out, and they really done changed. But the appeal committee like, no, man, you know how much dope you sold. We don't believe you. You
Shout
sold
out
too
to
much
Pookie
dope,
Williams.
man. You know, you know what I'm saying? Listen, hey man, not this time. Not this time, dog.
Not this time. I don't care how many children books you write in that prison. We ain't letting you out.
Hey, it was tough what they did to Tookie Williams, man.
But see, that's what I mean by the
example.
consequences. You don't control the consequences sometimes, man. You know, everybody is not that fortunate where the lessons that they learn can be applied. You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes we do something and that can be the end of our life. And that's just what life is, man. No matter how unfair it may seem to us, that's life. That's why we have to mitigate risk. That's why when we do have children, we have to be at a point where we have to be ready to receive those children. And when we don't, there are certain consequences that's going to come. And the shit is just not written down. Sometimes you can do some things like have children while you was on drugs, and you'll be able to reconcile that, from your wrongs or not. That's just what it is. It's not always fair. So, yeah.
Fellas, man, thank y'all, man. That was our last go around on this topic, man. Ron, Matt, thank you, man. Thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate you. Dog. It's always good to have Ron Matt coming up because the ladies like Ron Matt, and so they gonna tune in longer. When Ron Matt be up here, no cap. You know what I'm saying? I held a solid 45 for a while when Ron Matt came up here. I was I'm trying to tell you shit make a difference. And JT, man, as always, man, thank you, man. You've been, what can I say? Every time you come, you always cooking, dog. I really appreciate you, man. Your point of view. Hey, make sure y'all run, man. You got your own YouTube channel. You got your own YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I got a YouTube channel for sure.
Yeah, Ryan, how many? You got about 3 of them, don't you? I'm subscribed to a couple of them. Shit, you got the music one, and
which one they need to subscribe to, Ron?
Man, just fuck with me. I'm gonna be on Freezy show. Y'all come to No Cap-tivity. We gonna be over here.
It's here for the thug.
That what Ron Mac at. Y'all come over here. Y'all make sure y'all keep supporting my motherfucking brother, man.
Shout out to Ron, man. I appreciate you. They're real talk. Yes, JT, let them know where they can find you, man. They need
most definitely.
Yeah, let them know.
Yeah, you can find me at What We Know Podcast. You can also find me over at my boy BMU at Black Man Unfiltered Network. I have been out the net for a minute, man. I went out the country for a minute, came back, trying to get it all back together, man. And I'm about to start back up cooking again. But again, it's a What We Know Podcast. And you can find me on Black Man Unfiltered also, most definitely.
Man, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm going to go ahead and close out the show. Much salute and much love to y'all fellas, man. Real talk.
Most definitely. All right, man. Love y'all, man. Y'all take it easy.
For sure. Oh, man, listen. I'm be honest with y'all. I ain't think this show was gonna be that good, man. I got my dog Logic. He got another super chat, and I'm gonna read that. He already the sponsor of the show, the official sponsor of the show, with a total of $60. Super chat. Logic said, "I love you, Sherelle. We all love Sherelle, man. You ain't the only one that loves Sherelle, Logic. We all love Sherelle, man. Especially over in these parts, man. Shout out to my dog Logic, man. I chopped it up with Logic. We're gonna be talking some politics too. I think that's Logic expertise. Right? I hope I can keep up. But shout out to Logic, man. I appreciate you, man. I always appreciate you, Logic. Appreciate that, dog. Let me change this logo back to, okay, yeah, that look about right there. Man, I appreciate y'all. Listen, thank you to the 71 people that hit the like button and the one person that hit the dislike button. Thank you. If you haven't hit the dislike button, if you could be so kind, hit the dislike button. It's 2:33 Eastern time. God gonna bless you. God gonna bless you, man. You reap what you sow. And not only that, you know, when you hit the like button, YouTube registers that you participate. So it not only helps our algorithm, it helps yours too. I just like to tell people that because they might not know that when you hit the like button. Thank you, man. Freezy hit the like button everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I hit it. Listen, even if I don't like your ass, I'm gonna hit the like button. I'm gonna make sure I hit that like button before I get up out of it. Yeah, YouTube Freezer participating. Yeah, that's a fact. Thank you, man. I appreciate this. The 2 more people hit the like button. Thank you to the 2 people. I appreciate it. 2 extra people that hit the like button. I really appreciate y'all. Much blessings and love to y'all, and peace and blessings to y'all. Oh, 70, 74. There's 1 more person hit the like button. The 74th person. Thank you. Peace and love to you. Thank you. May God bless you. I appreciate you. Y'all, it's about time for the benediction. Y'all know I got to get a benediction every time. Every time. Shout out to the 75th person that hit the like button. Black Beauty say, sorry, I forgot. Black Beauty, you don't have to apologize. You do not have to apologize. Thank you. Thank you regardless. Thank you for being here. Shout out to my brother Big Bad Bull for putting everybody links in the chat. He put Ron Mac in the chat. Black Man Unfiltered. JT from What We Know Podcast. Man, shout out to Big Bad Bull. And Big Bad Bull put the Discord in the chat. Listen, the Discord be off the chain. If y'all ain't a part of No Captivity with Freezer Discord, I'm telling y'all, if you haven't. Oh, Black Beauty says she was 75. Shout out to Black Beauty being the 75th person. They got they hit the like button. That's got a nice ring to it. And shout out to the 76th and the 77th person. I see it's on 77 likes now. Shout out to the 77th person that hit the like button. Listen, Big Bad Bull put the link to the Discord in the chat. If you ain't a part of the Discord, I'm telling you, it's a healthy environment and we have fun and we have great conversations. Thank you. Listen, hit that Discord. And we treat everybody like a brother and sister. Everybody like a brother and sister, man. Everybody gets treated like a brother and sister. You know, and it's just all love and respect. I'm telling you, you just come in, we're gonna welcome you. We're gonna give you a hug, we're gonna welcome you. We ain't gonna look at you crazy like, what you doing over here? No, it ain't that. No. If y'all understand how Freezy operate, it's, I embrace everybody, especially all the like-minded people and the ones that believe and respect one another and all that kind of stuff. I embrace y'all, man. We need it, man. In these days and time, it's hard out here, man. And it's a lot of toxicity and people frustrated, people cussing each other out and everything. People stressed. People got a lot of anxiety, depression. They don't even want to tell y'all because they too ashamed. It's too much pride and ego and all that kind of stuff. They don't want to seem weak. Well, guess what? This is the kind of space this is. All right, this kind of space. I try to tackle very sensitive topics, and we laugh too. If y'all know Freezy, if y'all know my personality, we gonna laugh. We gonna laugh. We gonna laugh. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, we get serious, and we interject a lot of substance. We gonna laugh and learn. Ooh, merch coming soon. Ooh, merch coming soon. No Cap-tivity. Laugh and learn. Let me write that down. Man, y'all better not steal my shit. We're gonna laugh and learn. Let me write that shit down, man. God damn, that shit sounded good. Hold on, y'all. Damn, that shit sounded good, man. Merch name. Merch. Laugh and learn. Laugh and learn. Randy, I got your message from Discord. I just got it. Thank you, Randy. Randy said, great show, Freezy. Thank you, Randy. Laugh and learn. They in the Discord right now. Oh man, it went from 77 to 83 likes. Man, thank y'all. Man, appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to the 78th person, the 79th person, the 80th person, the 81st person, the 82nd person, and the 83rd person hit the like button. Thank you. Y'all, I'm gonna remember that damn laugh and learn. We laugh and learn. Yeah, we laugh and learn. Yeah, I like that. I keep saying it because I like it. Let me read the benediction. Here we go. Matthew 12 and 50. Man, it won't let me. That's the devil. It won't let me click on it. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. Oh, my bad, y'all. Here we go. The benediction, y'all. And y'all know at the end of every show, we got to give a benediction. Here's the benediction tonight is coming to us from Matthew 12, 46 through the 50th verse. Right here it says, while Jesus was still talking to the crowd, his mother and brothers stood outside, wanting to speak to him. Someone told him, your mother and brothers are standing outside, wanting to speak to you. He replied to him, who is my mother? And who are my brothers? Pointing to his disciples. He said, here are my mother and my brothers. For whoever does the will of my Father in heaven is my brother and sister and mother. No Cap-tivity. Jesus said, that's your real family. That's your real family. Isn't maybe I would say your real family isn't necessarily your blood related family, right? Your real family isn't necessarily your blood related family, but it's the people who share the same morals and standards as you do. The people who actually share the same beliefs as you do and believe in conducting themselves in a similar manner. That's your real family. That's what the Most High is saying. That's what the Bible is saying. You know, just because somebody is your blood related brother or sister or mother or father, that don't mean that they mean you some good. You have to be cautious. So when it says honor thy mother and thy father, that's contingent upon, that's not me. That doesn't mean doing everything your mother and father say do, because you might got a wicked mother and father. Your mother and father might be demonic. They might be wicked. They might be moving in an evil way. So when it says honor thy mother and thy father, basically what it's saying is honor them by doing the will of God. Whether they think you're honoring them or not. It doesn't matter if they think you're honoring them. It only matters if the Most High thinks that you're honoring them. Because the Most High is the one giving this instruction. Honor thy mother and thy father. I'll tell you if you're honoring your mother and your father, not your mother and your father. That was the moral to tonight's show, man. That was the benediction. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody that contributed to tonight's show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shout out to Izzy Bands for his $7 cash cap. Shout out to Impressive vibe for her $10 cash cow, right? Shout out to Big Bad Bull for being one of the sponsors of tonight's show. With his $20 contribution. I appreciate you, Big Bad Bull. No Cap-tivity. One of the sponsors of tonight's show. Also, shout out to Fanny P. Fanny P was the first sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Fanny P, man. I appreciate that, Fanny. Thank you so much for being the first sponsor of tonight's show. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to JT's $5 super cap. Shout out to Through the Fire $5 super cap. Shout out to JD 1975 $5 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph for his $5 super cap. Stan Joseph came back again with $2 super cap. Shout out to Shiesty Bomb for her $5 super cap. Shout out to Shiesty Bomb. And I apologize again, Shiesty Bomb, for the delay. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for his $5 super cap. Shout out to Stan Joseph again for his $2 super cap, right? Shout out to Mr. Midnight for his $50 cash cap. And he also was one of the sponsors of tonight's show. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Mr. Midnight. I appreciate you, bro. And last but not least, shout out to the sponsor, the official sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to the official sponsor of tonight's show. Mr. Logic, aka Keep It Funky IRL, with a total of $60, comprised of a $50 super cap, $5 super cap, and another $5 super cap, which is total $60. Shout out to Logic, man. Shout out to Logic, man. I appreciate you, man. What time it is over there, Logic? Because I know you saying like you way ahead of us. Shout out to Logic, man. I appreciate you. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Logic. Shout out to everybody that came through. This was a our conversations always be lit. Okay. I appreciate everybody that came up. Trucker Yell, Ron Mac, JT from What We Know podcast, and most definitely Sherelle. Shout out to all of them that came up. For the thug. All of my brothers and sisters, man. Shout out to the whole No Cap crew. I appreciate y'all for representing like y'all always do. If you'll be so kind. Shout out to the three extra people that hit the like button that brought us from 83, the 84th and the 85th and the 86th person that hit the like button. And shout out to everybody who was willing and who is willing to share tonight's live stream, right? Who is willing to share tonight's live stream and has become a part of the No Cap campaign and shared it to any one of your social media platforms. I appreciate y'all. And anybody that's willing to share tonight's stream, all you got to do is hit that share button right below the video. You don't have to just share this live stream. You could share you could go to the homepage and share the homepage. Just share. I appreciate y'all, because that's how this healthy stuff is going to grow. You understand what I'm saying? If y'all want mature, healthy conversations where we can laugh like grown folks and grown men and women, share this content. Share it. You know what I'm saying? Bring more people over here so we can cross our legs like mature adults. Okay? Thank you, Travel One. Thank you, Travel One. Travel One said, tell Miss Queen Freezy to enjoy her day with family. Thank you, Travel One. Well, damn, Travel One. What about me? What about your brother Freezy? Travel One say, damn you, Freezy. Damn you. Tell Miss Freezy I said, enjoy her day. God damn, Travel One. Much love to my sister Travel One, man. It's all much Travel One. She ever since I've been going live, she be here every time, every day we go live, she be here. I can't get mad at Travel One. Oh, Miss Polly, thank you, Mr. Midnight. Yeah, shout out to Miss Polly that hit the panel too. Shout out to Miss Polly. Thank you, Mr. Midnight. I appreciate that.
No
man.
captivity.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Looking out for one another. Travel One talking about you're her family. Travel One, you so petty. But thank you, Travel One. You're right. Thank you, Travel One. You gotta love Travel One. I love Travel One. And feel free to get in the comment section because I'll be in the comment section too. Travel One be in the comment section. Y'all be and Black Beauty, thank you, Black Beauty. It's always good to see you. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what I always say. Okay? To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Thank you, Travel One. Travel One say, and her mister. Thank you, Travel. El Cheapo say, I'm back. You back right in time to see this logo. Shout out to El Cheapo.
No captivity. Freezy.